Okay, we are live.
I don't feel alive.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
All right, welcome everyone. I am Ronnke, your GM, and I'm joined today by Nosh, Rigel Kent, Gargaman, FX Engineer, and Mel. Today we are diving into a one-shot mission set in the Star Trek Original Series universe using the GURPS system by Steve Jackson Games. Our virtual tabletop of choice is Fantasy Grounds. You can catch this session along with our past sessions on YouTube and as audio-only podcasts. Find the links in the description below. If you enjoy our content, please consider supporting us by liking this video and subscribing to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Let's begin. Do we have any character business for the captain?
Oh, that's a negative.
Commandalorian.
I do not.
And Dallas.
Negative.
Psylocke.
Negative.
And Dr. Jones.
Nope. Looks like I am good to go.
All right, that was easy. I have the captain's log for the captain.
I haven't done the horrible accent in a long time.
So it's going to be extra horrible.
Yes.
Which totally works for us.
Well, you just tell me when to read it, and I'll read it.
When you're ready, go for it.
Righto, here we go. Captain's log, stardate 5479.55. Starfleet Command has directed the Lexington to investigate Coriolanus IV, a remote mining colony that failed to send its last scheduled status update. Oh, I think we're hot miking there.
Sorry about that.
As the only vessel in the sector, we must proceed without backup. Coriolanus IV recently uncovered one of the largest dilithium deposits on record, an asset of immense strategic value. The colony's silence is troubling, especially with rival powers expanding their reach. In addition to our primary mission, a Starfleet survey and research team is on site, studying the planet and its surroundings for new life and unexplored phenomena. The stakes are high. If something has gone wrong, we must uncover the truth, secure the colony, and ensure this vital resource remains in Federation hands.
Captain. We shall begin with the Lexington in warp to the edge of the system, as is standard procedure in a potentially unknown situation like this. Prior to arrival, is there anything that the crew or the senior crew here would like to do in preparation or anything like that?
So the rival powers are the Klingons and Romulans?
And Tholians.
Dolians.
Tholians.
Oh, Tholians. Explain a Tholian.
Which ones were those?
If my brain serves me correctly, Tholians are the crystalline life form.
Yep. and you murder them by the boatloads in Star Trek Online.
And then, of
It
course,
looked
you
like
got your...
somebody was running out of ideas.
I see them now. No, they're nasty-looking critters.
I think the science team is going to start doing the research on the planet and system and all that crap.
give me a research roll. Or a science, whichever. If research falls under science, then
I think it
you
does.
can use it.
Or it doesn't because I have it separate. I have succeeded.
All right, so you will know that this system has a very dense Oort cloud that calls for careful navigation. Hence, another reason why you are dropping out of warp at the edge of the system. You expect, if everything appears to be okay, that it'll be several hours to go at sublight to the Coriolanus IV system planet. The planet is a rock world with a breathable atmosphere because this is Star Trek.
All right. So, yeah, let's scan the system. Any unauthorized vessels, please alert me as soon as possible.
Scanning, Captain.
While they're doing that, Dr. Jones will be pulling up medical information about like maybe potential hazards, any kind of remedies or whatever we might need to have on hand.
There's no particular hazards with respect to the environment, but if there has been an attack by hostile forces, then you could expect, casualties with lots of phaser burns and that sort of stuff.
All right. So we'll make sure we have supplies ready to go.
All right. Anything else being prepared? I will assume not. All right. So you will drop out of warp at the edge of the system. Can science please give me, or your science officer, please give me a sensors roll?
Science! Here, have a sensor roll. With jelly. And I will barely not succeed.
I was gonna say that I could do like what do you call those? Complementary roles or sensors.
You tell me
Or
I
no?
look good?
Sure, I'll allow that. Although that, even though it's a failure there on the dice, with the sensor suite, that is actually a success. I think the sensor suite gives you +7 or +8 or something like that.
And we kept asking that question, and you never answered it until now.
Well, I guess it'd give us a plus, but then there might be a negative for
Well, you
other
are
range and stuff
negatives
like that.
for distance and that
Yeah.
sort of stuff. All right, so a sensor sweep of the system shows that it appears to be empty of any hostile craft or any craft whatsoever. Scans of the planet are ambiguous from this distance. So you would have to make your way close to the planet to get a better scan of what's happening there. But there doesn't appear to be any sort of hostile forces in the system.
We have detected no enemy ships or cloaked Klingons.
Very good.
Don't forget the Romulans.
Or Romulans.
Let us proceed.
Or Suliban.
All right, so you begin to start to move towards the planet, at which point Dallas, your sensors ping something. Give me another sensors roll.
Sensor officer, what was that? Gonna be a not good day for me to be rolling things.
Okay, that will still be a
I'm
success.
gonna stop rolling things.
All right. The moment the ship begins to move in system, you will detect a large structure sort of floating nearby begin to sort of match your movement.
How did they miss that?
Okay.
Let me find my image.
Whoa.
Yellow alert.
Yeah, how did we miss that?
You surmise that you possibly missed it, detected it as a regular bit of Oort cloud structure.
Bodies?
Bodies.
The we're familiar with Tholian spacecraft, are we, or not?
You are. This object, which is moving, you can't identify it as a spacecraft as yet, because it doesn't resemble anything you've seen thus far. But it is certainly moving, and it does have lights, and it is tracking towards the Lexington.
Well, I'm gonna have to say I think that makes it a spacecraft. By definition.
It certainly doesn't look natural. So yes, let's yellow alert and all hands at their stations.
Time to open hailing frequencies and all that jazz.
Um,
Fire the green shit and the blue shit.
You say it's scanning us. We can tell it's scanning us, or it's just.
It doesn't seem to be scanning you, but it is tracking towards you.
Right.
And it seemed to do that the moment you moved.
Interesting. Take us down in speed. Let's see if it matches our speed.
Your helmsman will reply, "Aye, sir." And he will
What's our
drop.
helmsman name?
Bob.
Oh, let's see. Where's the crew breakdown? There we go.
And why is he always on duty?
That's just how it works.
Your helmsman, Lieutenant Sin. Chevelrock,
Actually,
an Andorian. I think I might have a picture of him somewhere.
yeah. Well, he's one of the PCs, I think. Or the backup PCs. Where did that crew thing that I did go?
Actually, no, I don't have an image of him.
Right.
Do they match our speed?
We have 6 helms.
No, they do not match your speed. They continue at the same speed on a sort of intercept course.
Raise shields and open hailing frequencies.
Your communications officer, Lieutenant Ellen Yatrix, will reply, "Captain, they're not responding to hails."
Very well. Continue to attempt hailing. We are going to close with Coriolanus IV. Let's get an away team prepped. And by all means, continue scans. If they appear to make any aggressive moves, let me know.
I was going to say, sir, shall I perform an active scan? Apparently, yes. So I'm going to perform an active scan.
Okay, you can roll sensors again.
And they fire torpedoes.
Let's see if I roll a 15 again. No. Better.
Your
All right,
scans
roll away.
reveal the structure is considerably larger than your ship. Maybe, anywhere from 8 to 10 times the size. And it is also at least partially organic.
Yeah, that's no surprise. Any active emissions?
There does appear to be a lot of electromagnetic emissions emanating from the craft. If the medical officer is available, medical can give me a sensors roll, I think.
Doctor, if I'm not mistaken, this object is biological.
Interesting. All right. Sorry. Okay. All right. It's hard for me to read. Okay. So
I think you could give me
I've got
physiology.
Yeah. Oh, you were wanting sensors or?
No, you've got the sensors. Physiology is the skill that I'm chasing.
Okay. Not bad. Success by 9.
All right.
Well done.
I presume that's human.
Even with the penalties due to not being human, you will be able to ascertain that this craft, is a host organism for other life forms.
Right. The Hive. We're going to get attacked by bajillions of bugs.
Space bees.
Did that update?
Let's not discuss that sort of
It-
thing.
It did.
So it
Sky
updated.
Squid Hive.
That's
Sky
lovely.
squids.
Are we getting any communication from our station?
Negative, Captain. They are still not responding to hails. I've tried all standard frequencies and subspace frequencies.
Well then.
Is the doctor aware of any void-capable biological entities that might communicate in various ways that we could possibly use?
This entity doesn't match anything in Starfleet records, though it is known that some sort of void entities, as you put it, are able to communicate through, subspace means.
That's awfully convenient.
Very well. Let's make sure we send a message back to Starfleet about the situation.
So it is approaching rapidly. Are you continuing your trek towards the planet?
Yes, indeed.
I don't know why I had a flashback to Star Trek Lower Decks, where there's an alien space thing trying to mate with the ship. But that's not happening in this case. All right, there's a spike on your sensors as something seems to be energizing, and then a blast
Brace for impact.
of ionized plasma heads towards the ship, impacting the shields. There does not appear to be any sort of structural damage, but the shields are surprisingly diminished from this attack.
Nuts.
Your Dallas, you would be able to ascertain that whatever this attack is has a dampening effect on the shield.
I was going to report from engineering. Captain, we've received damage more than normal to the shields. There's some sort of a dampening effect going on.
That's what I was going to say.
I have operation of force shields. I don't know if that helps.
Very well.
Tactical, who's your tactical officer? Lorian, I guess.
Possibly. Probably.
Is there any way maybe that I could recommend
Jeez.
diverting power to the shields on whatever side they're on? Is that a
Let
thing?
me check your
I think
skills.
that's a thing.
Tactics by 2. While also requesting permission to return fire.
Permission granted. Let's see. Let's see if
Give
it
them
likes
a
our
volley.
thing.
All right, so you will do a tactical analysis.
And
Now
we'll
that you
return
have-
fire. Pew,
Now that
pew.
you have some insight into this thing's weapons, you will do a tactical analysis and ascertain that the weapons are probably going to do very little structural damage, even after shields drop. However, they appear to be very efficient in dampening energy or power. You will probably surmise that after shields drop, further hits or impacts will cause a loss of power, ultimately leading to a loss of engine power and perhaps shutdown of your warp core.
So clearly we need to go full evasive.
Yeah, bloody hell. Yeah. So at this point, we will take evasive maneuver and continue to do our best to close distance with the planet. Any chance we could somehow, is there anything between us, the planet, and this object that we could get behind?
Apparently, we're in a very dense Oort cloud. There are lots of things to get behind.
Yes. Not so much the planet. Planet's still a long way away. But there are objects in the Oort cloud, and it is a particularly dense cloud.
Yeah. So let's see if we can't put some defilade between us and this thing.
Let's see. Looking at the starship, we have 4 banks of big phasers and 2 banks of small phasers that are 360. The 2 banks are going to be immediately tasked to act as CWIS to try to take out any incoming ordnance.
Okay.
And we're going to put a couple shots at them as well.
How did you actually roll Starship Dodge? Oh, you've set that up as an extra?
Yeah, on the dude character. Yeah, so as Starship Dodge, it's based off of half skill plus handling plus any dodge modifiers, and we didn't have any dodge modifiers that I was aware of. But alas, he was not paying attention since he failed by 6. That's what you get for putting an Andorian on there.
All right. So you will. Has the captain given instructions to return fire?
Oh, yes.
All right. There's no particular reason to roll. For this. You will engage in some return fire, and likewise this thing will press its attack on yourselves, and after several minutes of maneuvering and exchanging fire, the shields on the Lexington will drop. A further volley from the alien craft then takes your sensors offline, and then
That seems unfair.
And then your communications. However, you have been returning fire, inflicting damage on this this craft, at least up until the point that you lose sensors.
Yeah, what effect did it have?
It seemed to, cause damage. And it's definitely like organic in nature. It's like the craft bleeds from the attacks. However, soon after many of the systems sort of go offline on the Lexington, the attack seems to stop. You have no visual on the craft, and there's no further attacks.
Damage report.
At best, you can get quarter impulse, but you have sensors offline, shields offline, and your communications is offline.
First and foremost, we need sensors back. If it's not attacking us, then shields are secondary. Plus, science, we need a way to, I don't know, reverse the polarity or something. So when they shoot us with their thing, it absorbs it and makes our shield stronger. Make it happen.
Give me a second.
Was I able to get any information about more information over time about the biological nature of this entity?
It was spitting honey at us. No, wait, it's
Yeah.
sky squid. It's spitting ink,
Yeah.
energized ink.
Well, you could ascertain it is some sort of hive. You would surmise that the entities that are contained within this will mimic many hive colonies. So you'll have, most likely have a queen. You'll have workers, soldiers, and that sort. But at this point, you've only seen the hive itself attack. You haven't seen any of the other entities or creatures.
So this is going to be more of a just me making some kind of a deduction, and Dr. Jones will say, Captain, I'm wondering, they stopped attacking as soon as we lost power, so it seems that they aren't necessarily bent on our destruction. Maybe they just needed the energy that our ship put out.
Yes, it's a very wise deduction. It's very possible.
So engineering, can you give me a repair roll?
Am I engineering? Sorry.
You are
Yes,
engineering.
you are
You're
engineering.
Which repair roll?
Sensors, if you
Shields?
have it.
Sensors.
I think sensors was the first thing you wanted.
Repair sensors. I rolled 10, success by 7.
All right, you'll get sensors online. As soon as they come online, You will scan for the Hive, and it is not on scans at all.
Sir, they seem to have buggered off.
Buggered off where?
They can't.
Excellent question, sir. I
They
will
can't
continue
disappear.
to check.
Can we increase our sensor range? I mean, you can't just disappear in space unless they
No ship
warped out
vessel has a cloaking device.
or a cloaking device. Yeah.
Well, maybe they have some ability to evade your sensors, since when you first arrived, there was nothing on sensors until you started moving, and it started moving.
It's a transformer. It has transformed back into a rock.
Are you continuing towards the planet?
Oh, yes.
Commander Silak would request to restore power to the shields and get them back to full power if we haven't done that already.
Okay, give me another engineering roll.
Dallas has a technobabble nonsense.
Can Dallas roll his science?
And he needs to tell us what his technobabble nonsense is.
And I guess that science should be complemented by engineering.
Okay. That's an interesting question because normally you can't complement a skill with the same skill, and those are all under science.
Well, I mean complement it from engineering department.
That's different.
Because you'd be
Right.
working with engineering.
Science. Well, success by 2, I guess. Success is success.
All right, give me a engineering shields, or an engineering roll if you have the wildcard skill.
There's no actual repair, right? Is this operation or is it damaged?
This would be, I guess it would fall. Let me just check your skills. Inventor. That sounds like the right skill. So roll your inventor wildcard.
Success
I
by
need you to
6.
invent a lattice of counter-rotational fluxoidal gyrostats.
I'll get right on that, Commander.
All right. You surmise that you should be able to do some flux harmonics to improve your shield's capabilities if you encounter this thing again. Work will continue on the down systems, which will eventually come online. You will make the journey to the planet, which takes some 10 plus hours. And before long, you find yourselves in orbit around Coriolanus IV.
Seems fairly boring.
I'll get a sensors roll from Dallas, please.
Oh, why not? By 3. I guess I should feel better about that's by 3. That's pretty good.
Alright, so upon arriving in orbit, you do some scans from orbit of the settlement below. You see that there appears to be no significant damage. There is damage, but there's no significant damage to the planet itself, but the settlement has experienced some sort of attack. You can see that the mining facility's landing pad is strewn with wreckage, and it appears like the sort of only warp capable transport ship that the colony had has been destroyed. There is no visible human activity.
Is the damage consistent with plasma and or electromagnetic interference?
It certainly is.
Indeed.
However, the surface of the planet is covered with electromagnetic anomalies similar to that you found on the Hive ship.
That means transporters are probably out.
That does indeed mean transporters are out, because why not? The only way down to the surface will be via shuttlecraft.
Huzzah.
You know that the colony had approximately 200 workers, researchers, administrators, and support staff.
That totally means we're going to have to take Lieutenant Sin with us to serve as our pilot. So what's the handling on a shuttlecraft?
Didn't we have stats for that?
I don't see shuttlecraft stats. I just see Lexi stats.
Let's see.
That's kind of weird. All of my tokens, all the avatars for the characters went away.
That is kind of it.
That's odd.
Second. I don't have the stats offhand. Would you say it's got a handling of 2? So, what is the plan?
Doesn't like we have much of a plan.
Right. So there's no response for from the colony, but they have, I am presuming, some sort of administration node, or I don't know what that would be called.
So we get in the shuttle, we go down to the
Yeah,
surface,
go to the surface.
we do a slow circle of the complex while Lieutenant Sins tries to find that damned beacon.
Take a bunch of guys and make sure we have, like, Corporal Hicks and Private Hudson.
Yeah, I think we need some extra red shirts on this one.
Well, we might not, because we might be wanting to evacuate people as well. But
Yeah, that's true.
definitely going to need competent engineering thing, because I'm totally thinking, if possible, we could have the engineers create. Oh my God, what is that called? It's I can't remember what it's called. It's for enhancing the signatures for transporters.
Enhances.
That's the word. Pattern enhancement. That way we could theoretically use the shield or transporters. Good Lord.
All right, so who is going to go on this away mission? I'm assuming all the PCs?
I certainly suspect it's going to be the command staff, because this is the original
Because
series.
of course.
Yeah, we'll all go down.
And
if there's a Sky Squid queen, then Captain Ramius may be able to have some secret loving going on.
There you go.
It's going to take a lot of scotch.
are you bringing some red shirts?
Oh, yes, we are.
Are you bringing some scotch?
No.
Are you going to bring named red shirts?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely not.
Oh, do we need Ash?
No.
Ash,
no.
you got to come.
Oh.
All right, so you'll bring red shirt Ash. Any others?
Yeah, what's the
Lieutenant Sin
occupancy of the shuttle?
is going with on the shuttle. Oh right, yeah. I think we had that question last time. I answered it, but I forgot.
Sorry, what was that question?
Occupancy of the shuttle capacity.
It's like 22, I think.
I
Okay,
don't
so
think
obviously we
that's
don't want to fill it up.
correct.
So we need 4 more, 5, 4.
I don't think that's correct. Those shuttles are not as big as you think they are.
Okay, so you find yourselves in orbit around Coriolanus IV. You have got your away team organized. Let me bring up a map. We can better lay this out. That's not what I wanted. That's ugly. Size modify thing, hang on.
Oh, you're adding stuff on there.
Is it being difficult?
Cause what are you trying to do?
There. I don't know if you see it, but on my end, the reach size modifier thing. It was all
No.
jacked up.
Oh, that. I did not see it. Well, there we are.
And we actually have a shuttlecraft this time.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Good thing you managed to find that in about 5 minutes. Well, we're getting an awful lot of dead air here. Should we sing a song or something?
You should.
I'm not volunteering.
I'm sure there's an easy way to do this. There we go.
Oh, what the portrait token thing?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought we figured that out.
Jones's token is wrong. Let me fix it.
Right, because she's new.
All right. We're good to go.
Are we, though?
I believe so. All right.
All right, so at this point, we only need to know one thing. Where they are.
Well, you are on an express elevator to hell. Going down.
There's no down in space.
Yay.
Someone wake up Lorian. Okay. All right, so can I get a piloting roll from your shuttle operator?
Success by 7.
Your journey to the surface of the planet, heading for the beacon, is a little rough due to the stronger than normal electromagnetic interference that seems to be an odd phenomenon at this planet. As far as you know, that wasn't always the case. This colony should have approximately 200 workers, researchers, and support people. I believe that was mentioned last time.
50, maybe 70 families.
Something like that. However, your pilot will navigate the turbulence well, having you guys arrive at the mining facility.
What do we see? As if on cue, an image appeared.
Lieutenant Psylocke takes you into a sort of slow orbit of the facility, and if anyone is at a sensor terminal, they can roll electronics ops sensors. Other than that, those people that have visual sight of the facility will see that there appears to be some damage. And you also seem to notice that it is abandoned. I think it was reported that you did manage to scan the surface previously,
Yes.
and you saw that there's wreckage of this colony's only sort of warp-capable transport ship.
Did we scan and see any signs of life anywhere here or nearby?
Well, give me the sensors operation roll.
Who would that be?
Whoever you assign to operate sensors.
Yeah, I was going to ask how many. What's the crew stations on the shuttle? Is it just 2?
I believe it's just the 2, yes.
So who's co-pilot?
If no one's going to occupy the co-pilot station, then Lieutenant Sin will do a sensor scan.
What's the modifier for the sensor scan?
I believe it's like +7. Ooh, pretty dice. Okay, with your scan, the interference is having an effect on your scans. Within the range of what you're able to scan, you do not see any like human or Federation life forms.
Okay.
The facility is showing damage consistent with that which you encountered when you encountered the Hive structure in the Oort cloud.
Okay. Is the air, is the environment safe, or do we have to like suit up?
No, the environment is safe. This is Trek, old series.
Okay.
They didn't have the budget to do stuff like that.
Yes, they did.
They just had some.
They had an episode or 2 where they were in suits.
They had a great Arctic episode where what they wore would never have kept anyone warm. And so we'll just put this shuttlecraft down. I want it put down sort of away from the facility, and we're going to walk in. Maybe one of my tactically minded people could say, roll tactics or something and say, here's a great spot. We won't be seen. We might be swallowed, but we won't be seen.
Go for it. All right, you will find a location that has tactical significance in the event of a possible hostile action. You should be able to get to the shuttle quickly, and it will also offer some concealment for the shuttle itself. Also, with your sensor scan, you will note that the electromagnetic interference is stronger in some parts of the planet surrounding area and weaker in others.
That's curious.
What would my overly active scientific mind suggest there?
Give me a roll on your science.
I has science.
Science.
With an exclamation
I'm having
point.
an average day.
But you were not blinded by science.
Given
No, I can see quite well.
given the life form that you encountered and what you have been able to study of them, it's possible that the concentrations of this interference might represent residual or maybe even communities of these life forms.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. That made sense.
Or concentrations of these life forms. That's probably a better term. You also will note
this is going.
You will note that there is like really high concentrations of dilithium. This is certainly a gold mine for the Federation.
Or a dilithium mine.
Okay, well, let's exit the craft.
Are dilithium deposits typically accompanied by magnetic distortions, or is this unique?
This is unique.
Yeah, I thought so.
All right, so you will walk to the mining facility. Upon arrival, your tricorders, as you sort of scan, you will confirm that there's no sort of life within the facility, and it is surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, completely powered down. Excuse me. Or lacking power.
Uh-huh. Yeah, not surprisingly.
All right.
I was gonna ask if we had any sort of how much of a biosignature could we pick up off the creature that we fought? Would it be enough to compare that to local chemistry?
Sure. Let's resolve that with a sensors roll. So if you can succeed your sensors operations roll by 5 or more, then you have a fairly good biosignal.
And that would be the ships. Okay. I will roll without modification. And I will roll very mediocrely.
Okay, so during the engagement, you did not manage to get sufficient information to get a biosignature.
Fair enough. Carry on. I'll at least bring that up to Dr. Jones that I'm betting we should be looking for biosignatures here. Something not unlike what we encountered in space.
Yep, she already has her tricorder out per, what people do in Star Trek, and is already
Speaking
scanning
of.
for stuff.
Do you have the, would it be medical tricorder?
Let me see what she's
Were you
got.
aware that there were kinds of tricorders?
There is a medical tricorder, and I think it gives you a +4 to
Yeah, it's +4.
your
That's why I brought it up.
diagnosis and stuff.
Okay, no, I did not know that, but I will do that when we go back to the ship. See if we can get one.
We
I
can
think
safely
it's a
assume
matter
that
of cost.
we can safely assume that you have a medical tricorder, if you so choose to want a medical tricorder.
Sure, we'll have a medical tricorder. She has like I think a suitcase or like a medical kit that she carries with her.
Sure.
So she'll just keep it in there. Part of
Staff,
her standard
Belt
kit.
Starfleet,
pouch, wasn't it?
Starfleet ensures its personnel are well equipped.
All right. So she's like, as soon as we get off the shuttle, she's going to have her tricorder out and start scanning for, whatever she can see. So if he mentions biosignature, she'll focus on that.
So, closer investigation reveals that this damage to the facility is largely a result of plasma burns, consistent with what you have already learned from the structure or your previous encounter. What is the plan?
The plan is to move forward and see if we can see any signs on the ground of perhaps egress away from the facility by humanoid traffic.
There's nothing at the ground level that seems to indicate tracks leading away. You will eventually find yourselves on the main sort of landing pads which service this facility. The first thing you notice is there are a number of stretchers and blankets of the sort that would be used for treating casualties that are on the landing pads. However, these have been abandoned, so you could surmise that there was perhaps survivors, and they have been loaded into the non-warp capable craft that this facility or this mining facility operated.
Is there anywhere for a non-warp capable ship to go in this system?
There are, but it would be a fairly long journey from one planet to the next, and this is the only planet that is favorable to existence.
Is the layout of this facility known to us? Is it like a prefab or something like that we'd have diagrams of before we got here, or provided to us?
Let's see. What was that tactics roll? Succeed by 3. So I would assume that with your tactics, you have a floor plan of this facility. You had enough foresight to gather that.
So these are Federation citizens. We should probably try the communications, see if anybody will pick up.
That would be a sensible thing to do. How many of these stretchers were here?
You do a quick count, and there is 5 stretchers.
Well, out of
Any
100
sign-
colonists, that's not too bad.
Any sign of blood on the stretchers or trauma?
There is indeed signs of blood. And you will see on at least a couple of the stretchers, there is green blood stains and red blood stains.
Well, I guess we do have non-humans here. Is it? Are the bloods? Is the blood still good enough to get a DNA sample from?
Yes.
You get Star Trek tech. You can scan it and identify what it is.
Yeah, Dr. Jones is going to start scanning.
All right,
the,
roll your
blood samples.
sensors.
Or is it
Basically crit hunting here. So
EO tricorder
yes, tricorder.
or science?
Tricorder. It is fairly routine scan.
Success by 0. Tried to fail.
You do get the +4 for being routine. So that's a succeed by 4. You will identify the scan of this particular stretch that has your interest at the moment, the one with green and red blood, is there appears to be blood samples of several individuals on this stretcher. So perhaps the stretcher was used to cart one casualty to the evac craft and then used again for another one.
I think we should go in and see if we can find the command center and see if there's any evidence of where they went to.
We still have comms with the ship, don't we?
Yeah, I think I'm going to try the communications thing. Just Commander Lorian to Coriolanus IV mining facility personnel. Please respond.
All right, give me electronics op communications.
I can do that. By 0 again, man. That's a lot of by zeros tonight.
All right, so you will attempt to communicate and you'll get broken. Yes, Commander. Broken, staticky communications. However, when you relay it through your shuttle, it seems to have the sufficient power to break through the interference. What can we do for you, Commander?
We are responding to a distress signal. Please give us your location so we may proceed in your direction.
No, this is to the... You were calling Lexington, right?
No,
I
I was talking about that, but
I was trying to pick up any communicators on the mining facility, like locals.
You do not get a response.
A pity.
No,
I
I was going to suggest that we get the navigation officer on board the ship to start looking for possible evac routes and locations. But he is not in my chain of command, so I'll hand that off to either the captain or XO.
So Dr. Jones had like focused on doing some scans for biosignatures. Did she get any information about that? This was a little earlier.
Yeah, do we have DNA profiles on any of the colonists?
I do not think you would have that info. Unless you think you have particular grounds to have got that.
Well, they did send us here to come find them, so maybe.
Let's do have the captain give me what's an appropriate skill?
Administration?
Yeah, that'll work. Sure. You will have a complete manifest of those personnel that were here.
All right. Well, I guess we need to follow up on what the captain said. Find their admin.
What was it that Dallas? What did you want to do? What were you requesting?
Oh, to have the navigation officer start looking for possible evac routes for non-warp capable shuttles in system.
Okay, so we'll make that so.
Engage.
And I, the captain is just going to start walking towards the facility. He wants to get inside and get eyes on.
All right, so you will head into the facility. The Lexington will respond, saying that they will begin their scans and monitor, keep you informed. You enter the facility, and you can see that the main sort of access ways and doors and stuff like that are in an open state. And you will also see inside the facility there are the remains of an unknown life form.
Yes. Scan that,
Doctor.
please.
Yep. She's gonna medical tricorder it. Interesting.
Fascinating.
It appears to be there is a few of these inside the facility. They are about the size of a person standing up.
That's
Yep.
a good point.
Dallas touches it.
And there are definitely signs of phaser burns to these creatures.
I'm not touching it, but I'm definitely.
All right. So Dr. Jones is going to pull out the medical tricorder, I guess.
Tell
And
people to get the hell out of your way.
yep. And start doing like a bioscan of the creature that's closest to us.
All right, so give me a tricorder roll, +4.
Does it have a magnetic signature?
It does indeed.
Success by 5.
All right, so you will sufficiently analyze this thing to have a sort of profile of its biosignature. You will learn some things about it. It does have a sort of electromagnetic effect on its body. Perhaps this electromagnetic effect is its means of sort of propulsion and moving around and whatnot. You will also note that its physiology is such that it has vacuum support, so it can survive the rigors of space. And from what you can tell, it appears to be largely immune to the effects of radiation. Its DNA seems to be reinforced in such a way that cosmic radiation and stuff will not degrade its DNA.
So we presume that this thing somehow floats.
Floats and propels itself in some way, probably similar to a squid.
Very well. Eyes open, everyone. Let's proceed to the command suite.
I got 100 says the miners dug into a big egg chamber of some kind, and there are tons of these things.
Of course. The complex is Spartan and empty and eerily silent. You do not hear any of the usual ambient sounds of machinery and hums of things. It is dead quiet, and your footfalls echo through the halls of this place. You find your way to the operations center. You can see that all of the terminals are offline. However, there is one terminal which sort of has a flashing button next to it. Those with curious should be naturally curious.
We're naturally curious. Does it say complete self-destruct sequence?
3, 2, 1.
It might. But yes, there's a terminal. Imagine the old CRT display with a flashing cursor is the only thing on the screen. And next to this terminal is a lit button. Well, Commander Lorien is definitely curious.
Oh, I just figured I'd auto-fail that. I'm going to see if I can pull up something on the computer. Or does it look like it's been wiped?
Give me a computer operation.
C/dir/W.
Computer operation, I think it defaults to IQ at tech levels above 8 or 8 or above.
Well, I has it.
If you specifically has it, roll it.
I am going to have one of those days, yeah. Okay. Well, success is success, I guess.
All right. Well, you will fire up the computer, and you can see that it is basically in its minimal state. Windows is no longer running. It is basically a single sort of DOS prompt. You can see that you can work out that most of its data core is either wiped or corrupted from systems. The only thing that seems to be accessible is a video file.
Why the hell not?
It's going to be like
So you will fire up the video file, and it is a video file of the original distress call. It features the colony commander, who is a Tellarite named Nern. There are bits of the file itself is corrupted, so it's not a coherent video, but you can work out that he is describing an attack from some spaceborne creatures. The last message in the video is has Nern stating that he is ordered survivors to the colony's shelter north of the settlement. And then the rest of the video file is just static and corruption and janky graphics.
And something about Liberate Tutame ex Feris.
Something like that.
Here it says drums in the deep. Very well. I suggest that we consider making our way over to that next facility.
Yeah, where is that? Is there any indication?
It is a few miles. Via shuttle, it's a few minutes to the north.
All right.
I just realized that my thing wasn't properly plugged in. I have no idea when that happened. So nobody's been hearing me.
Wondered why you were so quiet.
Well, you cut out there in the middle of something.
Yeah, the thing connecting to the that I used to the gamepad, the connector slid out, so it wasn't plugged in properly. Right. What did pushing the button actually do? Did that just play the message?
I don't think I actually pushed the button.
I did.
Oh, we didn't hear that.
Right. I wanted to push the button.
All right, pushing the
Okay,
button.
I didn't want to push the button, but I was compelled to do so.
Pushing this button will power up the entire console that you're on, and it will give you the minimal DOS prompt will sort of begin to reboot, and you have a single operational terminal, like fully operational terminal at your service.
Right.
The video file still remains corrupted, but you have a proper terminal.
Well, we'll see what kind of records are available here.
I guess a research is a good role for this.
Why not?
So I am slightly concerned. I mentioned to the captain that if we take the shuttle, the Type F shuttle is unarmed. And if these things are openly hostile, then that could be a problem.
No, I think the Type F has a single phaser.
Well, it has it on the sheet.
Not according to Memory Alpha. I guess I have upgraded ours and insisted to put a phaser on it.
Seems like a good idea.
Because it's stupid to be wholly unarmed.
I agree.
By the way, I noticed the extra
Then never
tabs on
mind.
the vehicle sheet.
Oh, yeah, the systems and the combat. Yeah, they're my to-do things for vehicles. So I'm going to be, for the systems, I'll do the hull sections and stuff.
Right.
And the combat will be like weapon systems and so forth. So you can actually roll off the vehicle. So what were you doing? Research, and you were trying to get additional information.
Yeah, research. I just want to breeze through what's available, see if I have anything on what they were digging up, and any last-minute logging about what was going on here. Presume that's not going to be a surprise.
All right, so there is a lot of file corruption, but you, in terms of what they were mining here, it's definitely dilithium, and from what you can tell, the quantities of dilithium they're pulling out of here are quite rich. There are a couple of additional log entries. One log entry will be from the what is it? The deputy commander, Elise Russell. She reports that Administrator Nern, as a casualty, as in killed in action. And she also reports that she's filing some complaints against Dr. Akio Naruhita.
Does that ring a bell? That name ring a bell with Dr. Jones?
Sure. In preparing for this mission, you know that Dr. Naruhita is the senior scientist assigned by the Federation Research Bureau to document this colony or the system and planet. So the complaints relate to conflict of interests with respect to the attackers. So has submitted some official complaints or
But no
logged
details.
official complaints.
No details about like what actually the complaining action is.
The details are that the doctor is suggesting, non-violent approaches to these creatures, whereas the deputy commander of the facility has, said shoot to kill in defending yourselves.
Hmm.
And
Curious disagreement.
Very. Can Dr. Jones find any like the medical logs or anything for the roster from the doctor?
what do you mean, like medical?
So like Dr. Naruhito, sorry.
I can bring
I'm
up image
assuming
of
they
these.
would have left logs as well. Are those accessible from here, or would that have to be gotten elsewhere?
Those logs appear largely corrupted.
Okay.
Okay, that is the deputy commander. And that is the doctor.
We're going to have to side with her just because she's prettier.
And I will point out, I love it that the AI is actually able to capture that 60s look.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Well, obviously, we're going to need to collect all these, all this data and bring it back with us. So I'll try to get that started.
Need to link up with the survivors as well.
Yeah, I'm feeling more pressed to go and at least recce the site of where they may be or where they were last going to. I think time is of the essence here.
Do we need to split up and leave some of us here, or do we want to just wait and see on the download?
Well, you download what data you can, but there's not much. Like I said, most of it's corrupted and all being wiped.
Well, if they don't have that much, then they don't have that much. One moment, please. Of course, that has me wondering, what exactly is the external storage, data storage look like in Trek? Because I have no idea.
What are you talking about? I mean, like
They don't have
flash
floppy
drive
drives,
sorts?
I presume.
Yeah, they have those sort of disk things they used.
Wasn't it a crystal type thing? I seem to recall them plugging crystal things into stuff. But anyway.
Moving on to the evac location.
All right, so you will, I assume you're all boarding the shuttle and heading to the colony shelter.
That's the plan.
Yeah, I'm going to take the co-pilot position since that's probably where you have the weapon systems if that comes into play.
I think we should leave the power on at this facility instead of turning it off when we leave.
Well, I won't disagree with my science officer.
Just so you're not surprised by what I'm thinking, if the creatures are coming to attack energy signatures, for example, they may come to this facility where we are not at.
Precisely.
Do we have a name for your shuttle?
Do you name shuttles?
Yes, do, because like the 1701 had, what is it?
Galileo?
Galileo 7, or no, wait, the Galileo, and they named them in that kind of thing. But amusingly, I created the Lexington on STO, and the default shuttle it gives is the Danzig for some reason.
Do you want to name your shuttle?
Apparently it's Danzig. Because why not?
There you go. That's what I was looking for. So
How's
I'm
that
about to
spelled?
post a thing in the Discord. That's actually from Enterprise, but it was aboard a Constitution class. It was in the Mirror Image or Mirror Universe episodes. That's the thing that I was remembering. If you look at the blue data card
Okay.
thing that T'Pol is putting into the whatever it is.
So it's basically a floppy.
How's Danzig spelled?
Like Danzig, Danzig.
Ziggy the shuttle.
There's another one where Nurse was giving McCoy something, but yeah.
Those uniforms.
Nothing wrong with those uniforms.
Okay, there we go.
So we have a total of how many people were totally are on this planet? Colonists?
200.
Okay. And that's going to be a lot of back and forth. I think Constitution classes have about 5 to 7 shuttlecraft normally. So,
Do they have any larger ones?
I don't think so. Fairly certain that Class F or Type F or whatever the heck it is the bigger one. Uh-oh.
This seems bad.
That's totally not a grid.
It's a grid.
It looks an awful lot like a grid.
It does look like a grid to me.
All right, so who is in the co-pilot spot?
Commander Lorian will be taking over the shuttlecraft phaser bank.
All right, so Lorian, can you give me a sensors roll, please?
Yes. Wow. By 7.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like they had 3 shuttles that were named in TOS. You obviously had the Galileo, which was actually 7. You had the Einstein, which was 6, which Decker rammed in the Doomsday Machine, and then you had Copernicus, which was 12. Wow.
That's quite enough squid drones, I think.
Oh, crap.
So, midway into your flight, you are seeing on your sensors weird electromagnetic anomalies which are intensifying. You begin a proper scan, and you will identify that there are these squid drones. However, the size of these is roughly that of the shuttle itself, significantly larger than the ones that you saw in the mining facility.
We need to evade them.
They are making a beeline for you guys.
Boy, we
We need
really
to-
could have used an engineer just now.
We need to change the shuttle's name to the Nebuchadnezzar.
Brian, can you free up whoever or the owner on Lieutenant Zen so somebody else can control him?
Sure.
Because I don't want to be the guy who's doing both of them.
Oh, come on.
Okay,
All right. The owner is cleared. I nearly deleted him. That would have been bad.
We would have looked over as he goes, ah, as the panel explodes in his face.
And now he's a little white cube.
Oh,
We totally need a portrait of a little white cube just in case.
all right. Let's do this.
No, I was just thinking about if we could potentially communicate with them using some kind of magnetic field modulation, sort of try to get their attention, make them want to talk. I haven't figured out how to do that yet, though.
You're starting to sound a lot like Dr. Naruhita.
Red Shirt Ash says, let's talk with our phasers.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let me see that.
I note that you do not have the full thing populated for the weapons, so I don't know what like the act, the range, the rate of fire, the recoil, and all that is for the phaser banks are.
Okay. The AC, I think, is plus... let me see. Hang on. Just because I don't want to spend time looking it up. We'll just go with accuracy plus 5.
Okay.
Well, you could just yank it off the Lex.
It's not fully populated on those either.
And you can't do that.
Because the GM's slacking.
It was in the Federation book, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I didn't want to have to go find it.
I didn't know which book it was in, so I never bothered trying to find it.
No, it's actually in the Prime Directive revised edition.
Which I may not have.
Yeah, I don't know if the one I have is revised or not. Second printing.
There is an actual revised edition.
I don't think I have that. I thought I did, actually. Hold on. Nope.
Weaponry, phasers. All shuttlecraft may carry a single shipboard phaser 3. Fires in any direction, blah, blah, blah. Phaser 3. Which means what?
All right, if you... Actually, I'll find it.
We'll find it before you will.
I won't because I don't have the revised book.
Well, we might have something close enough. Dear 137.
Phaser... All right, Phaser 3 has a space accuracy of 0, which equates to an accuracy of 18 in normal range.
Okay. What's the rate of fire?
The rate of fire is...
Wait, that might depend on.
that's in the space combat.
Yeah, depend on the whatchamacallit, the number of
Right.
rounds.
Yeah, for this sake, we'll just say it's a rate of fire of 1. Because we're going to be dealing with this in sort of abstracted ranged combat, not so much space combat.
All right.
And these creatures are size modifier of 5. So to shoot, you have plus 23 to shoot them if aiming.
How would you not aim? But then you have range. I'm looking at plus 12.
And the grid should give you the exact range.
Yep.
So like minus 11 for the thing that you're targeting at the moment.
Yep. So they are on hostile approach vector.
They are definitely on an approach vector. You can probably assume hostile, since they're red in the combat tracker.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Well, okay. Then I guess I have to spin the round aiming, as I'm informing the captain of this situation, while hopefully our pilot is preparing to go evasive.
yes, the pilot is preparing to go evasive.
And as we have seen in TOS, shipboard lasers, I don't know how, but they are capable of firing stun. Because if you remember the piece of the action episode with the gangsters, where Scotty basically used the ship phaser or the phaser bank to stun a crap ton of people in the town. So the initial thing is going to be set on stun. If that doesn't do nothing, then it has to go to kill.
All right. Since it's canon, make it so.
But yeah. So
Right, so
I'm spending the round doing the aiming stuffs.
unfortunately, the other characters will not be able to do anything in particular here.
That's
So
why
I'm
I
just
didn't
gonna-
want to be the pilot as well.
I will just skip you guys in the tracker.
I feel unimportant.
You just became grayed out.
We'll make sure to rock and roll when we get hit, and then dive and crash.
Yeah, but you can't see when I do that.
You can see it in the reflection of the window, and it depends on where the camera is set.
All right, so who is playing Lieutenant Sin?
I am, and this crappy shuttle has a handling of 0.
Yeah, it's a shuttle.
Yeah, it's a crappy shuttle.
Um,
It's Starfleet.
so I'll let you take all-out defense if that is your intent.
Yeah, evasive is what we'd like to do. All out defense. That sounds good. That gives me what?
If you check on abilities other, I did put the vehicle dodges on there, I think.
So if you're taking, because I'm doing this as a sort of abstracted melee ranged attack, if you're taking all-out defense, you can either choose to dodge twice or a single dodge at +2.
Where did you say you put those?
Abilities other.
Yep. Starship dodge, shuttlecraft dodge. Gotcha.
All right, so you're taking all-out defense.
Yes.
You can always make a dodge.
Well, you can always make a dodge, but if you take all-out defense, you get the bonus. In this particular case. Okay, so this is going to be at... I need to adjust the accuracy bonus. Hang on. So this squid will launch its attack on the shuttle.
I think we're all about to die.
However, it is at -11 for range, so that is a miss.
And what does it shoot at us?
It is a concentrated plasma blast.
That looks like ink, electrical ink, because it's a space squid.
Of course. Likewise from this one. It is also too far to hit. The remaining two forward squids will take aim. Let me skip the shuttle.
Okay, so is the range staying what it currently is?
Yes.
All right, engaging. Zap. Success by 17. Sadly, maximum 1 hit.
Okay, this is going to be a stun roll.
So if it's 3, does that mean it has up to stun 3?
Let's say yes.
So that'd be stun minus 3, affliction. What's that? Health minus 3. If it even does anything.
All right. So
All
in this
right.
case, it seems to hurt the creature as the creature begins to sort of fly erratically, upon being hit.
Right. There's our go. Now the lieutenant needs to apply full acceleration and do something cool. I mean, he's got a great pilot skill.
All right. Yeah. So what can I do? Accelerate? Get the hell out of Dodge? Push past those 2 in the front?
Okay, so the way we'll handle this is you can make pilot rolls versus these creatures. On a success, you can increase your range from them, or decrease your range from them, whichever way you want to go.
Oh, we'll increase.
And I think it's 5 is the move. So you can move 5
All right, here we go.
for the purpose of this.
So the shuttle shows 5/6/6.3. What does that mean?
Sorry, we'll go off the handling, not the speed. Those are warp speeds. So cruising is warp 5. Max.
Shuttles don't have warp capability.
Yes, they do.
Not in this era.
You sure? I think they do. But anyway, that's just what I got off. I don't know if it was Memory Alpha or some spec site. So warp 6 and 6.3 is you can hold max warp for a certain period of time before the ship flies apart.
All right, I'm making my shuttlecraft piloting roll.
That's a big fat negative, sir. Propulsion impulse power. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. If it has FTL, it's very limited.
All right, so you'll be able to move further away from 2.
Probably the ones behind.
So move yourself up to 6. No, sorry, handling 4.
That's not handling. That's SR. Our handling 0. You gave us a 0.
Then make it 5. We'll use the warp. I'll just remove them so they have the same range modifier. Actually, one beat you so we can get closer. Sky Squid will aim. Sky Squid will aim. Squid.
It's going to crash into its buddy. That's what we need you to do there back there, Daniel. You need to come up with something on your portable computer to make them crash.
I'm working on it.
You're totally playing Tetris on your tricorder.
Having aimed last turn, this one will successfully hit.
Dodge!
All righty. Just wait a minute. That's a negative.
All right, so the panels will spark, and the ship will shudder and rock with the impact of this plasma blast. You inside the shuttle, you'll all feel the energy. However, there appears to be no sort of real physical damage. The armor of the shuttle seems to be holding up just fine. However, your shields have dropped by 50%.
Do try to dodge next time, Lieutenant.
This squid, having aimed, will do the same. So what's that? Plus 25.
Are you including the range that they have as well?
Yes, I need to succeed by more than 9. So this one is a hit as well. Keep in mind, you did take all out defense. So what sort of dodge bonus do you want to... Do you want to dodge twice, or do you want a single dodge at +2?
Oh, well, if I do the +2, we still would have failed. So I guess we'll try another. We'll try another dodge.
At 2 dodges or a +2?
Are you saying for the? Are we retconning the last one? Or we?
We're not retconning the last one, but you'll
Okay.
need to choose the type of all-out defense that you're taking.
Yeah. Right. So I'll do the +2 then.
Okay, so roll dodge on 12. Okay, a similar hit. The shuttle will shudder again. And your shields are now completely gone. You will note Lieutenant Sin will be able to see that it is just draining the shuttle's power. It's like there is insufficient power for shields.
Yeah, this isn't good at all.
So I know we're not in rotation, but is there a way for Dr. Jones and Dallas to like be able to science us a way to give like I don't know what I'm trying to think of. Usually in Star Trek there's like a captain, if we do some sort of energy dispersion, then we can get them off our tail, something like that. Like Star Trek it.
Sure. Suggest some techno babble.
Solis, do you have some technobabble ready? Or do I need to look for some?
Well, what are we trying to do?
Assist getting away by sciencing some sort of, because they're draining our energy, sciencing some sort of like energy dispersion or energy trail that would lead them in another direction and maybe let us get away while they're distracted. Does that kind of help?
We need a magnetic decoy.
Yeah, with more technobabble.
Well, in this case, all I can really do right now is aim.
Well, what can I do?
Could probably look to starships to see what commanders can do. Like, you may be able to provide the pilot with awesome motivation to give him a bonus on dodges or something.
That's true.
Yeah, we'll do that. Make a leadership
Trying
roll. Or no, it's ship handling.
Very well.
Successful
Actions
ship.
during a turn. Let's see. That is.
Okay,
Is it
so
ship handling?
you can give the pilot a +1 to either a dodge or a pilot roll.
All right, well, we'll definitely throw that on the dodge.
Yeah, it is ship handling. Like, you've got this, Lieutenant. Stop panicking.
Just for the sake of keeping things on the map, we'll handle movement sort of like a chase. So if you succeed your pilot roll or beat their pilot by 5, then you extend range.
All right.
So like a range band.
Damn, you should have. Yeah, you should have just had that thing there. Chase.
Just can't roll low here today.
Great. Bunch of them are going to get closer.
So no, they won't. So you succeed by 2, which means one of them. So Squid 1. Squid 1 gets further away.
He decides he's done. He's going to go chase that other anomaly.
Squid. Where's the next one? Succeeds by 3. That's not enough. Not enough. Not enough. So ranges remain consistent with the rest of them. And I assume you're taking all that defense again.
Yes, indeed.
We're like doing cool spinny things or something. Rolls.
Oh, you're
Turn
just
left.
listing.
That's a good trick.
You're listing to the left. All right. So, Dallas, what is your suggestion?
You have to read it out loud. The whole
I have to
thing.
rewrite it. I forgot to clear up some stuff.
Well, it's in the chat.
Didn't you recommend something with a stochastic resonant feedback?
No, this is not that. This is totally different.
Uh-huh.
You gonna read it out for us?
I'm still processing. Hold on. So what what Dallas is going to suggest is that maybe we can configure the impulse engines to start a resonant feedback loop within the magneto-electric pylons that would introduce a transient localized distortion field, altering the gravitational electromagnetic signature of the craft to appear some distance behind its actual location. Basically creating a magnetic ghost image.
Sure.
Now I'm trying to see, based off of the various images, is if you can even access that from inside.
Who the hell knows?
This is Star Trek. Things happen
Yeah,
at the
but
rate
this
of
is
plot.
TOS. TOS actually makes sense. I mean, if you actually have you seen the elevators or the turbolift scene where they actually show the deck that they get on, and it's like as it's going up, it's actually working correctly.
So you actually see the decks go past.
Push to talk.
You guys actually gave some thought to it. What's up with that? All right, that's back in the day when television wasn't quite as crappy as it is today.
All right, so give me a science roll. And since Jones was helping, you can do an assist.
I have science.
If
Ooh, I have lots of science.
all right, so succeed by 7.
High
All right,
I'll yell some orders at Lieutenant Sin. Cross the thing.
I will
He's
take.
gonna be like, busy.
I'll handle it
Lieutenant Sin will
like
say,
this.
You can't do that. If you do that, that'll create a magnetic. Oh, right.
I shall handle it like this. Your ghost image, you'll get a for every 2
Dodge
that
bonus.
you succeed. No, for every 2 that you succeed, I'll roll a contest of perception versus your science there. Actually, no. Yeah. Versus your science. So perception -3 in this case. If they fail, they wander off and chase the ghost. If they succeed, they stay on target. So perception -3.
Now I'm trying to find that
Wow.
stupid thing.
Apparently, one of them chased the anomaly right into the ground.
All right, so -3. In this case, they have all failed the failed their perception, and they are tricked by your impulse engine stochastic resonant feedback loop.
Excellent work.
Thus ends the combat in a very Trek Machina way.
Nice.
Let's see. I don't think this is the one I was.
So for the rest of your short trip to the shelter facility, what's this link?
That's not quite the one I was looking for. I wish I could find the one that I had seen. I think it was in something of a different one, where they did that sort of thing. This one's quite a bit slower than normal. So clearly Spock is like, I want to drive slow while I'm talking to the hot Romulan lady.
At least it beats the turbolift scene that was in Star Trek Discovery. That ship is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside.
The ship's a piece of junk. I hated that ship. So ugly.
Alright, so having evaded the sky squids, you find yourself coming up on this feature here. On the landing pad, though it's not shown in this image, is a shuttle. Well, no, not a shuttle, a sort of transport.
Runabout?
Where about what?
Runabout.
Like a runabout, but obviously not warp capable. So it's sort of parked in there, allowing you guys to land there. You will also notice that there are 2 weapon installations here. They are phaser banks.
I'm to have to go make sure those are working. Might need those.
Do you land?
Yeah, we clearly need to land. This is where we're going, right?
Yeah, we'll land.
We did establish communication with them.
You did not.
We should probably try that again.
Very well. Open a channel and let's see if we get a response.
When you open a channel, you do in fact get a response. You will hear the voice of a woman. She'll say, this is Deputy Russell. I'm I'm a colony supervisor. Thank God you're here.
We are going to land at your installation. We will be ready to assist you as necessary.
Thank you, thank you. We will greet you momentarily. You will set your shuttle down up the top, up here, and you will see 2 people sort of rushing out to greet you. They are the 2 that I brought up before. Her and him.
Lieutenant Commander Dallas and Lieutenant Sin are going to do a quick inspection of the impulse drives just to make sure we didn't wreck something.
Commander Lorian is gonna give a quick nod to the captain and head directly to the those phaser bank things. Probably taking the red shirt with him. Need to make sure those are functional and or operational.
All right.
Yes, Elise, please. I need a briefing of all that's happened.
Well, I don't know what it is I can tell you. We were attacked by these creatures. They came from orbit and they hit us very fast. We lost power. We took some casualties and we were swarmed by, there must have been hundreds of them, all different sizes. She sees and this is what Dallas will also notice, there is a number of plasma burns on the hull of the shuttle, but no significant damage. Nothing that some repairs can't fix. Everything else seems to be online. The shields are still offline and will probably be offline until you can do a mechanic roll to fix those up.
That's what the lieutenant can work on while we're doing that.
So there's been no explanation for this attack. It's just come out of the blue.
It has. We suffered a number of casualties. We have several people that need medical attention. And she will turn to the obvious doctor in the group. And she says, Captain, I hope your doctor can help with those. Some are quite serious, having suffered horrific burns.
Yes, of course. Doctor, if you please.
Yes, Captain. And Dr. Jones will look at Dr. Narahita and say, can you show me where I need to go?
So Dr. Narahita is standing off to the side, and you can see that he's quite anxious. And sort of he interrupts your discussion with Elise, saying, Captain, I'd like a moment to speak with you, please.
Yes, of course, Doctor. I will give you. I will certainly lend you my ear.
At this point, Elise says, Doctor, this can wait. We have more important things to talk about than your research here. There are lives at stake. And the doctor says, Captain, I insist that I speak with you right now. And you can see that before you can sort of interrupt them or head anything off, the two begin to sort of squabble.
All right.
You should pull your phaser and shoot them both.
No,
all right, you two.
So, Elise,
he just hauls off and slaps the both of them. Slack!
So Elise is talking to you and trying to cut off Narahita at the same time, but she says, we've been attacked by these creatures. They come from beyond the atmosphere and they're attracted to dilithium. They just shut us down. Everything.
Well, that's all well and good. A tragedy at that, Elise, but I do need to at least hear your doctor out.
She seems annoyed at this, and she says, Very well. And Naruhita will pipe up and say, Miss Russell isn't giving you the whole story. These creatures didn't come out of nowhere. We've analysed a series of boreholes found near played out dilithium deposits. The squids have been here for some time. They're not attracted to the dilithium. They feed on it.
Mm-hmm.
And Russell will sort of add, this is a new and beautiful life form. What happened here is an immense tragedy, but the squid aren't to blame for simply trying to survive.
Can I do a body language roll just to get a sense if Akio is perhaps hiding anything in this information?
Sure, but Russell says, but the survival and well-being of our personnel must come first. Give me a roll. From the body language, you can also roll detect lies if you have that. Roll that into the box, please.
I do not have detect lies.
All right, so the body language tells you that he feels that he's not probably being heard or recognized. He keeps getting cut off by the colony deputy. But from what you can tell, he seems fairly passionate about these life forms, as you expect most scientists to be.
All right.
Whereas Russell, she is more concerned with the colony itself and obviously the dilithium and the economic value that this facility has.
Lieutenant Commander Dalish, would you please escort Dr. Akio or Dr. Narita and revoke his findings, damn it. No, review his findings. I'd like your two big brains to work on this together while I work with the deputy commander.
Very well, sir. Doctor, if you please.
Akio
deal of questions.
Akio will sort of sigh and says, Captain, before you make any extreme decisions, I hope that you take my advisement on board.
And with my science officer consulting with you, I'll even have more advisement on hand. Thank you very much.
These creatures are intelligent and should be treated as such.
What is your evidence in that regard as he walks him away?
So he will begin to walk off with Dallas, and he will start, getting down to some biological jargon and talk. And from what he is able to tell you is that it appears that they are some sort of hive structure. He believes that, or sort of hive organism, they operate in much the same way that sort of any bees or anything like that operate. He suspects that there's probably a queen life form, but he has yet to see such, and he'll explain that there are like boreholes in the ground where they've been feeding on dilithium. And yeah, he goes on and explains why he believes there's some intelligence to them. They're not just simplistic hive animals.
Just to get it out of the way, Dallas this whole time has been sort of focusing on the idea of trying to communicate with them somehow. And so he'll be trying to get a sense of what their sensory capabilities are and if they do seem to respond to any sort of communication and kind of working in that direction while everybody else is doing their thing.
The doctor says, unfortunately, he has not been able to ascertain any sort of communications. All their sensor scans and readings have been passive, as the deputy has basically shut down any sort of kept radio silence, not to attract attention or anything like that. So everything has been passive. But if he is to surmise, there is possibly a form of communication which is electromagnetic in nature, by altering the electromagnetic fields that they produce. Something akin to a scent that bees or ants produce. However, this is done through electromagnetic fields.
Yeah, that's kind of the direction he was headed.
So that's what he will rattle off to you. Dr. Jones, you will. Are you going to be listening to this, or are you going to hang around until instructed to go look at the injured?
I thought she had been instructed, so she's needing someone to show her where to go, which is, I think, what she asked Dr. Narahita to do.
All right, so will Dallas follow as he leads Jones to the injured?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll stick together there.
All right, so Captain. Sorry.
Yeah.
Commander. Oh no, Lorian's AFK. Captain, you may continue your discussion with the administrator.
Yes. So, Elise, how many have you lost of your crew?
Unfortunately, we have lost 16 souls. We have a number of casualties, or number of wounded. Not sure of the count, but I estimate maybe 30 to 40 that require medical assistance, some serious, mostly degrees of burns.
First of all, my sympathies with the loss of your crew. Second, what do you suspect perhaps has cut off your communications with Starfleet?
We're unsure, but I believe at least Dr. Naruhita believes these creatures produce a magnetic field which is interfering with all subspace communications.
And
we weren't sure that our message got out to Starfleet at all. Thankfully, you responded.
Yes, well, it was the lack of a message that got us here. Very well. And what? I know you have a very vested interest in ensuring that we have access to the mineral. However, considering all that's happened, I think the first order of business has to be getting you off this planet and getting your crew safety first at hand.
Certainly, Captain. I should point out that we do have a rather hefty supply of dilithium here in the shelter. Some of our brave miners were able to haul it to the shelter before the mines were completely overrun. I would like...
Understood.
That is a significant resource, and extremely valuable. I'd like to make sure that dilithium also makes its way off-world.
And at this point, I'm going to want to do a body language on her. What am I kind of leading or reading from her posture, etc.
Okay, give me your roll. All right, so she's not Starfleet, but she is like a Federation citizen. The Doctor is Starfleet, and obviously his research team are probably Starfleet. She has not... It's not unexpected, but she seems to have a significant interest in the dollar value of this facility, this operation. Her interests are more economic in nature. So when you speak to her, she says, sure, the personnel need to be looked after and stuff, but the mining facility is really important. And she will say, I know it is against Dr. Naruhita's recommendations, but I think these creatures should be eradicated so we can continue the operation here. We can't let this planet fall into the hands of a hostile force, which I'm sure will not hesitate in eradicating this. And she sort of shrugs and says, pest.
Yes. Except for one critical factor, Alish, and that is simply that we have not been able to effectively combat these creatures. And my concern is that we are in no position to respond with ongoing force unless we, and I mean Starfleet, makes a decision to come here in force to remove these neither the what's the word the native indigenous creatures, but I'm also concerned about, yes, what might be also interested in this planet and its resources. But for us to stay our ground here, that is not tenable.
She sighs and says, I must object, Captain. Our facility here is defended. As you can see, we have 2 sets of phaser banks for the express purpose of defending this facility should hostiles arrive. And I know that these creatures are vulnerable. We managed to kill some in the mining facility. They will fall to phasers.
I
agree. Evacuate the injured, but abandoning the facility entirely, I think that's reckless.
Well, your recommendation is noted. I'm just the captain's thinking to himself, these droid-like things, they're indigenous to this planet, or are these the things that came from that craft that we encountered?
They're not droid. They're actual. They're termed drones. They're just like, bees have worker bees or drones, but they are a life form. They're not. What's the word? Inorganic at all.
Okay.
Yeah, he said they were void base, which means they came from the system and not necessarily the planet itself. So I'm sure that the one in the Oort cloud is actually, they're all related.
Very likely.
Right. So we encountered an alien vessel outside of this planet of immense power. Are you aware of its presence?
I'm not, Captain. We were only attacked by these squid-like creatures. It's been several hours here at the shelter, and we've not seen them.
Yes. You can understand the difficulty of the decision I'm facing, which is to get as many people on that ship as possible, and yet at the same time, of course, I can't force you to leave this facility if you wish to stay, but you would do so at the risk of your life.
Can I get a reaction roll from the captain and add any bonuses that you feel are appropriate?
Okay, then I will do my.
You
Let's
can
see here.
substitute diplomacy, I guess, for a good reaction if you wish to.
I also have that. Hello, where is it? My disarming smile.
The Sean Connery smile. And and don't forget the backhand.
That's for when the smile doesn't work.
Disarming smile says in any sticky situation where diplomacy is a possible solution, you can just smile and shrug by way of an influence roll.
Okay, so you can just give me a diplomacy roll and smile.
Oh man, she's gonna get all flustered now.
She says,
Oh, I see. Well, my cabin's this way. I'm like, oh.
she says, very well, Captain. I will be lodging a formal complaint with Starfleet. But if you insist that evacuation is the best course of action here, then we shall go ahead and do that.
I'm glad you see things my way. And yes, you are more than welcome to put in a formal complaint. That, of course, is an avenue that is open to you. So what I'd ask you to do now is do your best to get your people ready for evacuation. Your shuttlecraft is operating, is it?
It is not transatmospheric.
Understood. Very well. You begin
We'll have
those
to
arrangements.
bring
I am
the
going
other
to
shuttles down.
consult with my my crew about the way forward. Thank you very much.
And our dilithium stores?
If we can get those on our ship, then we'll get them on the ship.
Very well.
People first, dilithium second.
Damn the spice. We can always get more.
You can tell that she's not entirely happy with that, and she'll say, perhaps if we get the wounded evacuated first, and then with each shipment of the remaining, we send a load of dilithium, so that this place is not entirely undefended while we conduct our transports.
Quick question, though, Elise. Has anyone actually tried to remove the dilithium at this point?
Of our our stores here? No.
Or anywhere?
Well, we have mined a substantial amount of dilithium. A lot of that was left back at the mining facility.
Yes.
But we have a fair degree here.
Yes. Very well. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to call Dallas and Lorian together.
All right, so Lorian, you went off to check the phaser banks?
Yep.
I guess
31st.
be an armory roll to check those over? IQ-based armory?
That'd probably be like heavy weapons, right?
Correct.
Hey, I actually have that skill. Whoops, fail by 1.
A inspection is routine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true.
So you will check them over and they appear to be functional. You will also see that their logs indicate that they have been fired recently.
Huh. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to probably leave Ash on these to just in case.
You seem to cut out.
How recent have they been fired?
Roughly, 4 or 5 hours ago.
Okay, so that's not that bad. But yeah, so I'm going to leave Ash on those since I'm presuming he's able to operate those as well if as necessary, and then probably report back to the captain with the current status. Actually, no. Before I report back to the captain, I need to do a sweep of the complex inside. Check that out. Make sure the normal stuff is. There isn't any glaring. Oh my God! Why are you doing that? Then report to the captain.
All right. So your inspection, you will note that there is a number of containers that have been stacked within this sort of holding area here of the shelter. To the contents of those containers, you are uncertain, but there is a fair number of them here. You will enter the rest of the facility, but that happens, since you were checking out the phaser banks, that happens after Dallas and Jones enter with Dr. Naruhita. So, Jones and Dallas, the doctor will lead you into the facility. There is a mess hall, which seems to have been converted into a makeshift infirmary, where tables and floor space are being utilized to tend to injured. You will see off to the side there are a number of bodies covered in a sheet, and you figure they're obviously deceased. And walking around the facility or the mess hall, you will see that there are people with various degrees of burn trauma.
Okay, so
There are some people trying to help, but you can tell that there's only people that are using sort of basic first aid. There doesn't appear to be a doctor or trained paramedics in attendance.
okay. So first thing, she's gonna kind of eyeball the room and get an idea about like the people who are in most dire need of care.
All right, so you're going to do some triage. I think that's a diagnosis roll. Or if you have the medical
Yep, she's got
wild
the
card.
wild card. Success by 6.
All right, so you will see that there are a few people that you will triage as unsavable. Their injuries, they're still alive, but their injuries, they will succumb to their injuries before you can give them the attention they require.
All right.
Given the number of other injuries there are here, and then you'll be able to sort of prioritize the others.
Okay, so what she's going to do is some of the people who are doing basic first aid, she is going to task them with keep them comfortable and just talk with them, keep them peaceful and restful. And the intent is going to be just to make them comfortable on their way out. So she's going to task some of the people who are trying to do stuff to do that, and then she's going to start working her way around the room, starting with the ones who are in most need, who are savable, but in most need of medical care, and then work her way down to the easier burns. And anyone who's left that can do basic first aid, she'll send them to the ones who are like just slightly burned, maybe just need a little, first burn cream or something. I don't know.
All right, so give me another medicine roll.
Are there any engineering types present in this group?
There are, amongst the wounded, there are definitely mine engineers, and there are mine engineers that are among the unwounded.
No, not minor injury. I'm looking at maybe trying to task some of them to maybe generate some freaking pattern enhancers. So maybe we can use.
All right, let's have the universe decide that.
Oh, okay. Sure. Let's see. What's the universe? Does the universe care? It's good.
There are some capable engineers that could help fashion some pattern enhancers that will allow you to do some transporting.
You, and you get to work on pattern enhancers. We want to be able.
I think you're cutting out, Rigel.
It's like the very end of your conversation is cutting out, so it's like you're
What's
pushed.
going on? Something's weird.
Your push to talk delay is maybe not long enough.
Ronnke's computer infected yours.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well.
Okay, so
Being
your
weird. I don't know what's going
medicine.
on.
Okay, so you'll start tending to the wounded, and you notice that the burns seem to have had the effect where the skin is like melting. So
That seems bad.
someone has been hit in the arm, and it's like the flesh around the arm has sort of melted, like a plastic. And then of course it's obviously charred and nasty and looks terrible. But whatever this plasma blast is from these creatures, it seems on flesh, it seems to have the effect of melting the flesh.
That's pretty horrific. All right. So, is this a situation where the limbs aren't really treatable and we're going to have to start lopping them off, or?
You're not sure. That's something that you'll have to spend more time working on. You could do that, but it would
And
take
if we
up
get
time.
these pattern enhancers set up, you could maybe go
True.
directly to surgery.
Yeah.
So if you
So
wanted to
what's-
spend more time to actually work that out, then you'd be taking that from doing, life support and stuff.
Okay. So life support first. Let's get everybody stabilized, and then she'll puzzle that out later. So that's her plan.
All right. So when you say to some of these people that these few here, they're beyond saving. Those family members or friends or whatever begin to kick up a bit of a stink, saying that's not true. You just can't let them die. They're the most injured. You've got to be helping them first.
All right. She will.
And if you insist
These are
otherwise,
unsung.
they start to get quite argumentative. Now, these people aren't necessarily Starfleet. They are Starfleet or Federation citizens. So there's no sort of chain of command. You don't have any particular rank over them.
Yeah, she's not going to pull rank or anything. She's going to try to talk them back into being calm and explain that the longer that I have to argue with you, the more of the other people are going to get into this state and will die.
Well, one of the people said, I don't care about them. This here is my husband. I can't let him die. You can't let him die on this rock here. We have children. So how will you address this? And their objections are beginning to create some or escalate the tension and the stress of the situation in here that's already here.
Does make me wonder how a typical trauma situation, whoever's in charge, how do they actually deal with explaining triage to people that don't that are a little too emotionally involved?
I'm
Yeah,
going to
I
come
have no
in
idea.
and stun them.
Yeah. Me, the player, has absolutely no clue what to say to her.
Medic roll.
Yep. Medic roll. On his face. All the stuff. Fast talk. I don't know.
Well, I imagine someone that is becoming hysterical and disrupting procedures that have to happen, they're probably removed from the situation. It's like,
Yeah.
get this person out of here.
If
Assuming you
Lorian
have
is
security
present
personnel.
or hears this, he's definitely going to come over there and do the whole "what's going on here?
Yeah. So if
Why
the
are
person's
you
getting
messing with my doctor?"
if the person's getting violent, like threatening to be violent or starting to get really in her face, she will call for backup to come and help.
All right, so Lorian, you waltz on over, and you'll be sort of facing a hysterical woman that's saying, the doctor here says that my husband's going to die He's still alive. He can be helped. He can be saved. But the doctor refuses to do anything, looking after these other people that are less injured than him.
You're interfering with my doctor with your overly emotional behavior. You will desist immediately or you'll be escorted out. And he's going full on Vulcan.
Give me a reaction roll for Lorian and apply any modifiers that are appropriate.
I don't know who this person is. I don't think they're necessarily going to be classified as crap. What is it? So this person just like a. What is this person? Who's this person?
Civilian.
Just civilian.
Okay. So gonna apply the sense of duty federation and the social regard that you get, and that's it. And I kind of needed it. 13 good. The doctor will do what she is capable of doing. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Yeah, and she is, as soon as Lorian kind of takes that in hand, she is off and starting to work on the one she can save.
All right, so she will leave, and this woman will start yelling at the doctor and beginning to get, yelling sort of obscenities like, you're a terrible doctor and stuff like that. She's not getting violent, but she's definitely aggressive. And Lorian,
Will take her arm and escort her out.
She will
discover he has a strength of 18.
She will, resist and protest, but there's nothing that she can do about it. She's not going to get into a fight with Lorian. And then she just begins to sob and break down as she's led out of the makeshift infirmary.
Does he
I
have the
agree
nerve
with
pinch?
He does not. Because he's mind blind, and I think the nerve pinch is technically a psionic thing.
At which point you'll see that this commotion has, the other people in this place have sort of, been paying attention to what's going on. It's like, whispers like, what's happening? It's, is the doctor just going to let him die? And blah, blah, blah. So their work is, they're not being attentive to their work. They're more engaged in what's going on.
Engineers, please continue working on those pattern enhancers so we can utilize the transporters.
And when you sort of give that instruction, give me a leadership roll.
By 2.
They will continue their work, and I guess if the doctor wants to get the medical people back on task, she can give me a similar roll.
She does not have leadership.
Then you can give me a medicine roll. You can pull physician on them.
Success by 8.
That would even
got
succeed
that.
a default leadership. All right, so everyone gets back on task, and you start stabilizing those that need it and tending to the less injured.
Yeah, it is Lorian's hope that we can get those pattern enhancers at least functional. We can get the can't do anything here for this guy. We can get them beamed directly to sickbay, then maybe we can get something done there.
And over the course of this evacuation, those few people that were triaged as unsavable, they will pass, unfortunately. And your medicine will succeed by 6, so you manage to stabilize the rest. There won't be any further fatalities.
To probably need to coordinate with the captain and maybe start bringing additional shuttles down to ferry these people up.
All right, so ferrying, or how is this going to happen? Are you going to bring additional shuttles? What's the plan? Did we ascertain there are 5 shuttles on board the Lexington?
Before
that-
we begin
Yeah,
that,
it's listed. It's between 5 and 7. So
I'm curious to know, what did Dallas and Dr. Naruhita, what came out of their conversation, their consultation on Naruhita's theory?
Yeah, I was going to say, before we start bringing the shuttles in, what my thinking at this point is, we need to create a magnetic field around the shuttles that will mimic the signature of the drones and basically disguise us as one of them.
Give me a science roll to see if you have a workable solution.
And in the event that I can, I wanted to get the chief engineer involved in that. I'm sure he has some advice in that regard. But
Well, you can do
that end.
You can theorize what to do. It will require the engineer to make it a reality.
Well, actually, just you saying that, I guess he could do it on that end. I was thinking about modifying this shuttle, but we could start from the other end. That would make sense. Okay, well, I got a 3 up on that. I've got potential tricorder bonuses and all of Naruhita's research. I meant to say before, as soon as I see him and we start going off and talking, Dallas is going to start breaking into Japanese.
without realizing it.
Well, are you fluent in Japanese?
Accented.
Well, Naruhita will...
Oh, never mind. Sorry, broken. Never mind. He'll use it a little bit.
So he'll understand it when the doctor uses a word that he doesn't know.
Okay, so Psylocke, you give him the theory of what your idea is, and it's Psylocke's job to put it into practice. He will say it's going to take us at least half an hour to put something together. I can send you plans and instructions as soon as that's available.
Okay, half an hour to make the adjustments. Blah, blah, flight time. That gives medical this much time to stabilize what they can. And then I'll pass that on to Lieutenant Jones.
Has Naruhita tried to express what I asked those two to go off and talk about?
Just remind me exactly what...
Yeah, which part was that?
He wanted to, I'd asked him and my science officer to go off to further, to let him further talk about his concerns and you know, where this was all originating from, so I can get his side of the story and his science-based side of the story to counter Russell's.
So after Captain is done talking to the deputy commander, Dallas can brief him on what he's learned so far. And the tildeer of it is that these creatures are most likely native to the system. They eat the dilithium and so we are interfering with their food source. And they have an electromagnetic signature that sounds like how they sort of communicate in the manner of bees and all that. And we can potentially replicate that and possibly go unmolested. But in the meantime, when it comes to the overall dilithium operation, we're going to have a conversation with Starfleet about that and how they can preserve the species and not destroy their food source while still being able to recover at least some of the dilithium for us, and
Are they
also
intelligent
preventing
enough
it
to
falling
communicate?
into and preventing it falling into enemy hands. What was that question?
Are they intelligent enough to communicate?
I think at this point, based on the research we had, it's yes and then not quite. So if what the GM said about the bees thing is correct, then yes, they communicate, but not in a conscious using words manner. They just have ways of communicating.
But can we communicate with them?
Oh, I mean, potentially you could potentially pick that out, I guess, but that would probably take a lot longer. I mean, I
Well, that's what the
just using the
diplomatic
bees
corps is for.
use the bees analogy. I'm sure you could find a way to trick the bees into going this way or that way based on their communication methods.
Did you talk about the alien vessel with the doctor at all?
That should have come up in conversation if it didn't directly.
If it came up, I'll assume it come up in conversation as you would have explained
Yeah,
what happened
I
in the
would have
Ork lab.
brought up the Hive ship.
So the doctor, he will say, I suspect that is their hive. And if they are in fact a hive mind, I'm sure there is a queen there. We may not be able to communicate directly with the drones. Their actions are going to be very simplistic. Attack, gather,
Right.
and
I
such.
think I see
But
where you're
perhaps
going with that.
perhaps the queen is an order of intelligence above those.
Okay, so Dallas will pass that along as well. Or maybe a queen. Queen may be more directly communicative.
Yes, thank you. We're going to proceed with getting our shuttlecraft down, but let's. We should really test this on a shuttle coming down. Your theory on a shuttle coming down. See if it's successful. Once we've evacuated the wounded, I believe we should return to the ship and try to make contact with the alien hive.
I agree, sir.
All right, so you'll be instructing all the Lexington shuttles to begin transport until such time as you get pattern enhancers and your scent. What is it? Disguise, yeah. Sorted out. So the first two to be shuttled, and unfortunately it is going to be a slow process since each shuttle can only take on board a would say probably 10 at most, squeezing people in, overloading the shuttle just to get people moving. So it'll take some time. This begins to get underway. I assume the rest of you, all of you, will be staying on the planet to oversee this?
I think probably it's possible that Dr. Jones may end up having to go up with one group. Like if it's like, okay, these people are in a particular situation, I need to monitor them. She may need to go up in one of the shuttles, but we may all be here or down here.
I'll say that more than likely she will be handing off to the medical personnel on the Lexington, giving them instructions, while she continues to stabilize and work on those that are here and making them ready for transport. And I guess you would have sent down some additional medical staff in the first shuttle to help down here as well.
Yeah, that would have made sense.
All right, so the ferrying begins. Discussions with Dr. Naruhita say that he's particularly interested in this life form, and has voiced concerns that the deputy is putting the interests of, or her interests and that of the mine and facility ahead of a potentially intelligent life form.
Well, that is her job.
The doctor says it is possible that if these creatures are native here and we begin eradicating them, we might be making a species extinct, as they've never been encountered anywhere else, in known space anyway. So he voices these concerns, and through the general chat is you see the opposite view from the deputy. She will say, the Federation has invested a lot of money in this facility. It's very important, and she is of the opinion if this place is abandoned, then the Romulans or Klingons or whoever turns up here will have no hesitation in wiping out this species just to maintain a hold on the lithium. So it's not, doesn't make strategic sense to put these creatures ahead of what's here.
Yeah, if Glorian's around and she's going on that, it's like, point out there's no logic in presuming that Starfleet will just simply abandon the entire system.
Well, she'll respond and say, I hope that after we evacuate, that Starfleet does, in fact, reinforce the system and make sure that we have a hold of it, despite these creatures. If we can coexist with these creatures, then fantastic. But if we have to take them out, as tragic as destroying a life form is, I think that must be done for the betterment of the Federation.
Well, very well, Elise, but that's not our decision to make.
Man, she's going to get recruited by Section 31.
You mean
war is to subdue the enemy without fighting.
So you mean Section 31?
No, I mean the real Section 31, not the crap that they're doing now.
Yeah, have you seen the movie? Not impressed.
I have seen the trailer, and I said no.
It doesn't feel like Star Trek at all.
That's what everybody's saying, because the guys in charge don't understand what Star Trek is.
It's watchable, but not in the context to
That
Star
is
Trek.
not what I'm hearing from a lot of the people that I watch.
All right, so things appear to be going well when you will receive a communique from Psylocke. And let me change things here.
He's, utilizing the focus totality of his telepathic abilities again, Daniel.
Glixel.
I shall bring up this image again. And where's my thing? Damn it.
Don't go break your computer again.
Do it.
No, I don't intend to do that. Not that I knew what I did last time either.
Did you ever figure out exactly what you did last time?
I have no idea. I
just
suspect
went
it.
wobbly.
I suspect it was something to do with my Bluetooth dongle for the new keyboard and mouse, and something was messing up.
He said dongle.
Should not stick your dongle on the keyboard.
Yeah, unfortunately, something that I had to do.
Yep, knew that was coming.
All right, so midway through ferrying people and injured and stuff, Psylocke will open comms. Captain, this is Lexington. The Hive ship has appeared on sensors and is moving to intercept the Lexington. The ship appears to have launched smaller craft.
Thank you. Wait out. And Dr. Narita, I need your best advice on how to communicate with that vessel.
Captain, perhaps we should bring him along.
So yeah, I'm asking Narita bluntly, what should we do to communicate with that ship?
The doctor says, I'm not sure. We can try something. Perhaps we can interface with the universal translator. Perhaps we can come up with some means to communicate, or at least indicate that we are not hostile.
Lieutenant Commander Dallas, you and Dr. Narita, get me a solution fast.
Okay. I had just assumed that this was going to require going inside the hive, and I realize now that I'm probably the only one that assumed that.
Maybe it requires you to go inside the hive.
So if Narita thinks there is a way to actually pull off some kind of communication, or at least a white flag. So I'll discuss some potential magneto signatures that we could use to signal a willingness to talk.
Does anyone have linguistics?
Yes.
I have karate and judo.
Pretty sure Ash has got that.
Oh wow!
I have it
you
at
got
12.
Linguistics. Why does it have a Federation thing there?
That's
I didn't know
just what it
linguistics
gave
had
me.
a.
I don't remember where that came from exactly.
Probably a weird prime directive thing.
Possibly.
Psylocke will say, Captain, if we are engaged, what are your orders?
Do not return fire. Take defensive action, evasive action, but do not return fire.
Captain, if I may, if I'm not mistaken, when we encountered this thing the last time, it peeled off when we lost power.
Yes, good point. Shut down all systems except for minimal power.
That's bold.
But Captain, this will leave the ship defenseless.
I look at Dallas,
It's a gamble.
cock my eyebrow. Give me your best percentage.
What, 50-50?
Works for me. Make it so.
Understood, Captain. If we do that, we are likely to lose communications with you on the surface. The interference will be too difficult to penetrate. We are already seeing rising magnetic fluctuations.
Yes. Understood. However, we have a course of action here we need to try. We need you to appear as least threatening as possible.
Aye, Captain. Shutting everything down. Good luck, sir.
And this is where the campaign ends.
Yep.
You have this image, like in, was it Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan? The Wrath of Khan? Where the Enterprise is burning up through atmosphere?
Yep. No, that was the search for Spock.
That's right, the
'Cause it was
Klingons turned up.
Yeah.
All right, so there is one final communique from Psylocke, and he indicates that the Hive ship has disgorged swarms of drones, and it appears that some of those drones are headed for the planet to your location. Others are headed towards the Lexington. And that is the last communication that you receive
Ever.
for the moment.
Signal, gentlemen.
Right, white flag. Where are we?
All right, so what's the penalty on linguistics for alien languages? I think it's in the basic set.
Oh, I have that here. Hang on. Okay. Successful skill roll lets you identify language from blah, 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 as well as make the skill roll once on learning, so it makes it learning faster, but that doesn't really help. Page 205. Yeah, it doesn't list any specific modifiers. So
I will assume
It could let you identify the language, but that's not really what we're doing here.
Let's have the dice decide. We'll make the penalty -5 plus a d6, and then we will use the extra time, so up to a maximum extra time, and that will determine how long it takes you to formulate something.
Right, okay.
So, Dallas, give me a d6 roll, please. Wow, so -11.
Oh,
Oh, that's not what I thought. You said -5 plus 6, so I thought that
yeah.
was going to be like a +1.
I took that literally too.
You can't do math in Australia.
Okay,
Not how you do math.
-5 minus a d6.
Not too late. You said plus a d6.
Actually, we'll make it a -4 because I think the maximum penalty should be -10. So that would make it -5 on a minimum dice roll. So -10.
Okay, well that's potentially going to be problematic.
All right, so you're going to need.
Extra time is
Make
typically
that.
limited.
So you can get a maximum +5 extra time. So you're going to need some complementary skills to get the extra +2 that you need.
What are we rolling here?
Linguistics to work out a language.
Okay, gotcha. Well, we have the computer here. We have a universal translator.
All right,
Don't ask me how the hell that works.
we'll say that'll give you a +1. Give me
Really?
someone. Yeah. Oh. Let's see.
Not sure
What's
what would be
something
worth it.
similar?
Feels like they've done this in the show.
I think we could use like the medical tricorder as an example. So +4.
Suppose. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean. That's probably fair.
So you'll have a dedicated linguistics universal translator to assist. So that would give you a +7. So at this point, you will succeed. No, you'll be failing by 3.
3, which would be how many percent?
So
per
that's
10? I think it's per 10. So
doubled.
30% longer.
Doubled, then by 4, then by 8.
Oh,
Is
you're
that how
going
it
that
works? So it'll
Right.
take 8 times longer. And I guess we'll let the dice decide how long it takes.
Yeah, there's the tricky part.
We'll say
What
it'll
is the
be
base time to figure out a completely alien language from anything anyone knows ever?
well.
Talking about Star Trek, though.
You got bees and ants and stuff. Let's do another. It'll be 4 plus a d6 in minutes is the base time.
So this time, actual math.
Yeah.
Figures. All right, 9 minutes per times 8 is 9
minutes times 8.
brain.
So 72 minutes.
2. So a little over an hour.
So you have a solution. You are going to, unfortunately, your pattern enhancer thing may not work because
It's
now
not
the
going to work at all because there's
Lexington's
no power on the
powered
ship.
down. Yeah.
Frickin'
But
Well, let's see how they behave.
All right, so those of you that are standing outside, you do not know what's happening in orbit, but you will see emerging from the sky swarms of these squid-like creatures. The majority of them are small, like people size, but there is a bunch that are, shuttle size and larger.
I look over at Dr. Jones. Is Dr. Jones with us still?
Yes.
I look over at Dr. Jones and give her a wink. No problem.
You will receive a call from Ash. He'll say, "Captain, shall I open fire on these things? They're getting awfully close."
Negative. Negative, Ash. Stand down.
"But Captain, if we let them get too close, we won't be able to do anything."
Stand down. That's an order.
This is highly illogical, Captain.
Is Ash the type of person that will follow orders, obey orders to the very end?
Should we let the universe decide?
Sure. Damn it.
Wow. Didn't see that coming.
Nope.
All right, so long story short, the shelter is swarmed with these creatures. They begin to, enter the facility, and they begin to attack. The external or the larger ones remain outside and begin to attack with their plasma blasts.
Yeah, they attack. And I'm sorry against the captain. That makes no sense to not return fire.
Take it up with the captain then.
Because these
Yeah,
people
what are they
are
attacking?
relying on.
What's the status of sending that signal?
I have no idea. Mr. Dallas.
All right, so how many minutes was it? It was 72.
Uh-huh.
Well, let's say the attack will take place a D10% into the actually we can do an actual percentage roll. Into that time frame. So 15%
Wow.
the attack will take
Okay.
place.
Yeah, there's no way we're not returning fire if it's going to be they come in here and start blasting at the civilians with those energy pulses.
So
after 10 minutes or 11 minutes, they begin to attack.
all right. So yes, as soon as they start to attack, we will defend then.
All right, so the way we'll handle this is you are going to be swarmed, and unfortunately there's not much that you can do about a swarm. The numbers are just huge. So we're going to go into sort of individual combat. Each character will have to deal with a D3 number of drones. And those drones will be the smaller drones or the larger drones, depending on where you are. So if you're for example, Ash is manning one of the phaser arrays, one of the two.
Yeah, Lorian's going to be on the other.
So you two will be engaging big drones. So we'll start with the captain. Roll a d3. I think you can just roll a d6 and we'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as being your numbers.
Or you can right-click on the D6 and select custom dice and select a D3.
All right, so captain, you will be engaged by 1. So
All right.
let me do this. Lorian, give me a roll, please. All right, so
Why?
you will be engaged by in 1 as well.
But it's a biggin.
Okay, Dallas, roll a d6, please.
Come on, 3.
Or
3.
D3.
Or a d3, whichever way you want to do it.
Max it out there, Dallas. That's lame. You're not getting engaged by none of them.
What's this crap?
Don't worry, I'll break the
Hey, I'm
combo.
inside doing research and shit.
That's right. Mel is going to roll a 4 on the D3.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right.
We're not quite
Jones.
sure how she managed that.
No, I
Oh
got
my
1.
god. Well, I guess this combat's going to be really easy. And we'll have to do Ash as well.
Okay.
What the hell is going on?
Good times.
Well, maybe they got distracted.
Okay, and let's do Lieutenant Sin.
He's in a shuttle.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
He's up there
If
on
we
the
have-
Lexington going, sorry, no power, I can't leave.
if we do have shuttles present and those shuttles did have the electromagnetic disguise going, then it's possible those will get ignored. So some people can pile into them.
Let's resolve this quickly. The shuttles have a health of 12. We'll do 5 health rolls. A failed health roll means a shuttle is out of commission.
Not that shuttle.
Since you've got it set up, you can roll for the rest.
Oh, I was just rolling off of my health.
That works. Your health is
Yeah.
12.
That one is awesome by 7. You said 5?
Yes.
3 by 4. Here's 4.
It's going to be like
by
that today.
6 and 5. Uh-oh, that one looks like it is out.
All right, so you will lose 1 shuttle during the encounter.
Oh, man, that sucks.
Probably
That's
the
going to be
Danzig.
a lot of dead people.
That shuttle had the dilithium in it.
When you say lose, how do you mean? Do you mean like, actual they're all dead?
Well, the shuttle lost power and crashed. We can determine if there's survivors or not.
Crap. Everybody
Afterwards.
aboard was wearing a red shirt.
Yeah, I don't think those things actually glide very well.
Yeah, they were flying coffins.
Okay, I think we're good to go. All combat, like small ship combat, will take place at a range band of close, which I think is -2.
3, I think.
Probably 3.
And the big drone combat will take place at a range of medium, range band of medium. And
That's 7.
these phase arrays will have an accuracy of, let me just check.
Yeah. Oh, no,
6.
close is 0, short's 3, medium 7.
All right, so those that are engaging in close will have no penalties. Those that are outside on the big guns, you'll have a penalty of 7 and an accuracy of 6. Let's begin with Lorian. Target. We'll do it later. Feel free to target your drone.
Target where?
Oh, you're not seeing it on the combat tracker. Can you see him now?
Yep. So since they are on approach, I'm presuming we have plenty of time to have actually aimed.
Sure.
All right. Well, I have no idea how much damage this thing does. Let's see. So he shoots and by 3. How much damage did these phaser arrays do?
Enough to kill them. These things are not. They're effectively mooks. They're squishy. They're squids. Where is it? There we go. All right, you will
Zap.
hit your sky drone, and the phaser. I assume that you had them set to kill, or did you attempt to stun?
I'm sort of envisioning that like Independence Day when they attacked the what the heck
Area
is that?
51.
Yeah, the Area 51. They just came screaming. Yeah, so that's like, yep. That's probably set to shake and bake.
All right, so as soon as you hit this drone, the phaser damage is sufficient to vaporize it. It just turns into glows, does that toss era, glows red, and then fades into nothing. Captain Ramus, you have one drone that is sort of entered into the shelter complex, blasting away. Surrounding you are other civilians and such, either scrambling for safety or doing the best to counter this swarm.
So what is the mod for the distance at this point?
So close, no penalty.
No penalty.
You're in close quarters.
Okay, and I've aimed for a turn, I take it?
For you guys, no, you have not had a chance to aim because they're flowing in through corridors and such,
Right.
flooding the facility.
Well,
All right, in your case, you actually do need to roll damage because your phasers don't pew them entirely.
we should pew them more.
That's about as good as I can do.
Well, it should have a rate of fire of 3. You should have hit them 3 times.
It's only got rate of fire of 1 on mine, though.
You're only using the small phaser? I
Something
thought the
odd.
phaser, the
Something's
normal
odd.
standard phaser is phaser 2.
Yeah, I've only got...
Yeah, that's the
stats
one that
for-
actually looks like a pistol. The
Yeah, I've only
phaser
got...
one is the one that looks like a key fob.
So I've thought I had stats for the other phaser, but I'm not sure where they went.
Yeah, it has AC 5, rate of fire 3.
Well, it's still on the party sheet,
Kill
so you
1,
can just
kill
grab it.
2. It's got kill 1, kill 2, disintegrate 1, stun 1, and stun 2.
So you should be able to grab a thingy from the party sheet.
A thingy even.
Trying.
Drag it into your inventory, not your combat tab.
There we go.
Yeah, I did that all the time.
Hang on.
And then re-roll your damage.
How strange, it's not showing.
You may still need to equip it.
Yeah, it's equipped. Try again. Still not showing.
Ronnke probably broke it.
Well, what is the damage of that thing?
Disintegrate 1 is 4D burn. Kill 1 is 1D burn. Kill 2 is 2D burn.
We'll do disintegrate. What was that? Sorry.
4D
4?
burn. Yep. Phaser 2 is.
Yeah, it's weird. It's because there's no reason not to use disintegrate in this case.
Yeah, in Star Trek Online, I actually intentionally tracked down the basically upgraded Phaser 2, so when I shoot people, they will disintegrate.
So I added disintegrate to your phaser damage.
Righto.
We can fix it properly later.
Presuming you remember.
So 14.
That sounds like it could hurt a little bit.
That is a major wound. which it fails. It is stunned.
Excellent.
Dance tracker.
All right, Dallas.
Getting there. All right, doing the thing. So I'm going to do that and that. And it'd sure be nice if I could re-roll that or something, but I can't.
All right, that's a
really
miss.
aggravating.
Especially considering it was an all-out.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem.
Been nice knowing you, bro. You're gonna tragically die here. It's gonna be tragic.
I think the LT's in a shuttle, is he not? Yeah.
Yep.
Is.
Unless he was in the one that crashed. In which case he's still in the shuttle. It's just he's a little flatter now.
Okay.
So while you're treating medical people in medical, swarms of these squid-like creatures pile into the room and sort of overrun people. You are forced to pull your phaser and defend yourself.
All right. So if she was in the middle of treating people, she's probably got it set on stun.
Okay.
Why? What were you going to do with that?
You don't know.
All right.
She was
So-
expecting another one of those
Maximum
patients to
3 hits.
get a little snippy to her.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right. So it's a stun 2, so -2 on health. And you got 3 hits.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Okay, what the hell is the deal with the 14s, man?
So that
It's
squid is unconscious. I shall remove it from the tracker.
Woohoo!
What about Big Drone Lorian?
That's right. Yours was removed as well.
Doesn't mean I won't shoot at somebody else.
Okay. Big drone Ash.
Wow,
Ash.
4 Ash. That sucks.
Now who's got the stats on Ash?
Do we have stats for Ash?
I don't
thought we
believe we
did.
do.
No, this drone is attacking the
Phaser bank.
the bank.
Oh, I see. All right.
So the phaser bank is +2 size. Issues the accuracy, and it was -7 range.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is insufficient. Ash will survive. Okay.
That
Health
one's
roll.
about as done.
It fails to come out of
Not.
stun.
All right, bring it.
Dallas.
It's going to critically hit and you're going to get disintegrated.
Are you going to actually score a kill on a PC?
That's gonna score a hit.
Did you guys have any range penalties?
No, they were all in close, so it was 0.
Gotcha.
So 9 points of burn damage.
Ah! You're gonna get a cool scar for later.
I think the Starfleet uniform has like a DR of 2 or something like that.
Does it? I don't think I ever saw that, but then again, I never looked.
We also know it tears really easy.
Well, that's another
Oh.
matter.
It's not designed to withstand tearing, or dramatic tearing. It's designed to withstand, phases and stuff.
Let me
So
see.
we'll assume DR2. I think it's DR2.
That seems awfully heavy.
Damn it, I didn't put that on there. Well, I'm just going to use this
It's
one.
like the light monochrome type stuff.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Barely.
So you survived the major wound. So you are still conscious. That shouldn't be a consciousness roll. That should be a
Yeah, no, I didn't have
takedown.
knockdown on there.
Or knockdown. That's the one.
It's on there now.
All right. Ash will fire his big gun.
Is there? Are you going to do that one?
I guess since Lorian killed his thing early, we'll have him roll for Ash.
Oh, okay. Dun, 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 dun. What's his skill level? It's probably going to be like 12 or something for
being weapons 12? Yep.
Okay, do I have...
So it'll be a -1 after modifiers.
What? No, it wouldn't.
Accuracy 6.
At 6, size mod, because these are the big ones.
Oh, right.
You said the big ones were shuttle sized.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll use that one. It's not off of the... Ooh, that's a good roll, though. Margin crit, so good job, bro.
All right. Likewise, this one is vaporized.
Groovy.
Yep. That's right. He's totally going to look at Commander Lorian and go groovy, and Lorian's going to go, what?
So
Keep
for
firing.
the remainder of this combat, you guys will be assumed to be engaging other targets, but you're not actively in the combat turns.
Yep. Yeah, we're damn it, I can't remember his name. The Navy guy in Pearl Harbor, the black guy cook who jumped on the machine gun.
So I'm going to skip you and Ash for this combat.
All right. Captain is going to fire on the stunned drone.
Doris Miller, that was his name.
If you hit, the creature will not dodge due to being stunned. Wow. That's a critical hit. You may roll critical effect and then roll damage.
Right. Critical hit. Ooh, what? Hang on. Do-do-do.
Okay. Well, we don't see that one very often.
No, we don't.
Okay, so wow.
28 damage.
Goodbye.
I surely hope that does it in.
It's like 54 points, something like that.
Does the phaser 2 or disintegrate? Is that rate of fire of 3?
Oh, sorry.
That's
I
right.
didn't know.
Yes.
Yep, that's what I got.
Ouch.
It takes out a few drones behind it.
So it does
Maybe a little bit
28
of
for
the
the
wall.
first, So it can still attempt... No, it can't attempt to dodge because it failed its dodge already. The remaining hits.
Well, the first one it didn't get a dodge against anyway.
Yeah, no, it took double.
Yeah.
Right, so you
52 points of
3
damage.
death rolls. And it dies straight up. So your phaser will burn a long charred gash down the side, and the squid flops to the ground and twitches for a little bit, then goes dead.
That's disintegrate.
Oh no, sorry,
The color
disintegrate.
inverts and it disappears.
Turn red,
That's right.
disappear.
Turns red and disappears. All right, so
Well, you look more impressive than I did.
Okay,
Darn.
Dallas. Ouch.
All right, well, I didn't go down, but I'm not going to be dodging anything after this, so yeah.
Do you have
whatever.
shock penalty?
Shit.
You can do it.
Man. Aggravating.
Okay, maybe you can't do it.
No, it's not going to happen. I'm not a freaking soldier. I'm not a Marine. Dallas is going to have to take cover.
All right, Jones, you've taken down yours, so we can assume that you are still fighting the remaining swarm.
Sure.
But it's not happening in terms of rolls and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, so Dallas is the only one that still has a target.
All right, so Dallas, you are behind cover.
Yeah.
Desperately trying to evade this thing. I'm going to give you effectively partial or -4 cover as it's flying around and trying to kill you.
Right. Okay. Not that fucking matters.
It hates you. It's going to kill you.
Give me a defense roll. Extra effort will probably be useful here.
No, it really won't.
You could Deadpool it and do maximum effort.
Diving dodge.
Maximum effort.
Dive further around your cover.
I ducked behind cover. I don't see how I can dive more. Where the hell did I frickin' put that? I didn't put the defense mods on that one. I put them on the other one.
Well, you can still dive.
Okay, whatever.
Because you don't need cover for a diving dodge. It just leaves you prone as you leap out of the way.
Right, but I dove behind cover already. That was whatever. Doesn't matter.
Ouch.
And I'm down.
All right, so that's another major wound. That will be 8 points you take.
Man, I hope your commanding officer is standing nearby and will, jump in and save you.
That's
Oof.
out.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Oof. Critical fail. Oh yeah, that's unconscious. Okay, yeah. Hey, congrats. You got whatever the Starfleet equivalent of the Purple Heart is.
If I'm not mistaken, a critical fail on a knockdown sends you into cardiac arrest or something like that.
Oh man.
I don't think
Well, let's
that's
check that out.
right.
You
I
look
know
that
what
up.
you're talking about.
You look that up while we continue.
Because you got to admit
Well,
that'd be pretty fun.
I'm the only one that's active right now, anyway.
No, the captain can probably save your butt and shoot this guy.
Well, any number of people could potentially do that.
I can't. I'm outside.
So I will reactivate the captain. Since the captain, you see Dallas struggle with one of these things, and Dallas goes down, taking a severe wound.
No, there's nothing additional for crit.
That's too bad.
Let's roll actually 2 random hit locations because it might actually make a difference.
Daniel's like,
Well,
grumble,
it's
grumble,
kind of
grumble.
late now.
Or,
Well, let's roll 1 for
final-
this hit
Yeah, I'm not going to enjoy that either.
to see which part of you melts.
This is not getting better.
That's right. You didn't need that head.
Sorry, I don't have that. I don't have that saved right now.
Ah, you didn't need that chest.
Doesn't do
He
anything.
just killed that thing. Just killed your thing, your critter.
Yeah, fortunately for me, that's not a thing.
No, but I
It's
think
not
Dr.
like an
Jones
extra
is
hit
going to find out
location or
that you may
anything.
have a thing inside you.
If you ever do get around to watching the Section 31 movie, there is one interesting species, the nanokin, a species that is nano in size. I thought that was really cool.
Nope, not going
Okay.
to watch it. Modern Trek is hot garbage.
All right, so Remus.
I zapped some more people.
All right, Ramus is going to fire on the drone that is putting Dallas down.
I want you to roll a 3 just to be awesome.
So this squid thing has latched itself onto the body of Dallas.
Oh, it's mating with you.
Ugh.
The tentacles sort of wrap around him. However, it will see you coming and will release its grip to evade your blast.
You know,
Or
that's
three,
-2
so-
for shooting into a melee.
So I guess instead of 3 hits, it'll be 2 hits? No, it'll still be 3 hits. So it's at
Yeah, it doesn't look
13.
like I have a Purple Heart equivalent.
30,
Are they not?
45.
Well, they don't have anything listed. All the ones I have mostly listed are like for gallantry and bravery and stuff like that. It's just like,
Yeah.
2 death rolls, it survives.
I scream out.
Major wound, it survives.
I scream out, stop copulating with my science officer, you damn dirty squid.
Dallas, you're
I'm
KO'd.
going to lay there and burn.
Melt.
Whatever.
It remains conscious. It will release its grip and head for the captain. Captain. With the shock penalty, it will still hit.
All right.
Captain was going to use extra effort to dodge.
Now I want to see the captain get shot too, because that would be funny.
That's +2 to my dodge for extra effort, correct?
+2 for extra effort. And if you dive as well, that's a further +3. But you will end up prone.
Nah, captains don't dive. Well,
Stand tall on the quarterdeck, son, always.
Don't.
done.
You should have dove.
Captain, your flesh will sear and burn as
Where?
you...
Hit location.
Yeah, roll. Actually, I'll roll hit location.
So DR2?
You have DR2. You will take 7 burn.
Ooh.
To
That's like a hand.
Well,
A
he
hand.
doesn't wear it
They're
on
not
his
gonna
hands,
have
does
any
he?
DR there.
So, to...
You didn't need that hand.
What is it to cripple? 3? A third?
1/3, yes.
So the captain's hit points is
Isn't it? Or was it a quarter?
12.
So
So
a third or a quarter?
it's a third, I think.
Which hand is that? Doesn't say, does it? It just says hand.
So a third will be 4 for you.
Third.
So it takes 5 to cripple. And it'll take 10 to vaporize it or make it permanent cripple.
Well, it's almost permanently crippled.
So you only take 5 points of damage. That's the maximum you can take.
Okay.
How do you want to determine whether it's left or right hand?
Well, 1 to 3 is left, and 4 to 6 is right. It's my right, which means probably my phasers also damaged, I suspect.
Damn, that thing's kicking ass.
All right, so your phaser will be melted as well.
Into my hand.
Why did I have to get the badass one?
This drone needs to be called, renamed. Since this was on Dallas, who plays in Predator? It's Arnie, isn't it, that plays Dallas?
Huh?
No, I'm thinking... No, Bruce Willis, Corbin Dallas.
Oh.
So this is Bruce Willis drone. It's voiced by Bruce Willis. Which is really sad to think of how
It doesn't have that voice.
Yeah, that's rough.
how he is now.
Hey, this is going to be awesome. I'm going to get a promotion out of this.
It needs to make a health roll. Oh, actually, it is at -2 hit points, so it's rolling health of 9. Let me just go back and check the previous health rolls. Health roll to stay conscious. Where was it? There. So 8. So it is still conscious. Since you dive for cover, I'll give you the same -4 penalty for the drone.
It has to attack.
It will attack and still hit.
So what was
Captain
the...
Remus.
All right, so another feverish defense.
Are you going to dive this time?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to dive, all right.
Well, he already dove.
No.
No.
No,
I didn't
that's right, he
dive. No, I said I won't dive. Ow! All right.
I should have dove.
Now I'll dive.
All right. It is your turn. Unfortunately, you do not have a phaser or any weapon. You should.
Well, he had the phaser in his hand. Does that mean it's actually not operational?
I'm going to say the phaser got melted with his hand.
That's rough, bro.
And he would have dropped it anyway as a part of a crippled injury.
Just for shits and giggles.
Your shirt happens to be ripped, though.
Of course. But just for shits and giggles, Captain Ramus gives a very weak, pathetic, disarming smile.
That all you got?
Punch it.
I'll punch it.
He's prone, though. He dove.
Scramble
Oh,
for
hang
cover.
Yeah, I'll scramble for cover. I'll try to find some place to hide.
I'll smoke a little more.
It remains conscious.
Damn.
It will continue to go for you, Captain. Rolling at -4. It's a hit.
All right.
Unfortunately for you, you can't. I guess you can still dive, but you're -3 for being prone. So it sort of cancels itself out.
Right. So, extra effort. So extra effort would give me still a +2.
Yeah.
Leap to another hex, or throw yourself into another hex.
I guess that would be it.
I believe
So-
you have to be standing in order to do that.
Yeah, I think I'm just.
You might
gonna
want to have a
try-
look at what a diving dodge if it requires you to be standing.
Oh, somebody got that open?
In any case, roll. Let's see if it matters.
Hang on. It's very weird. I dragged the dice over onto the table and it pulled it right back into the chat window, but didn't record.
You'll probably find it actually dropped it into the chat box. All right, so we'll say you're good.
All right.
All right, it finally goes unconscious.
Yay!
It's following you around, and it sort of falls to the ground and wraps its tentacles around your body and then ceases to move any further. You get slimed a little bit.
Ah.
Okay. The combat continues. It is a struggle with people hiding, falling back to sort of defensive positions, continuing to engage these creatures. You have no idea what's happening with the Lexington. At least you don't see a fiery ship burning up in atmosphere yet. However, Lorian and Ash, you will see approaching your position a very large version of these drones.
Right.
That figures.
There's the queen. Shift fire. While probably shouting into the comm unit. It's like, how's that Translation coming.
Glitzel.
Because I'm unaware that Dallas is unconscious and the captain's messed up.
Let's get a roll from Lieutenant Jones, because minutes and stuff have passed. So Jones, you can do a medicine roll on Dallas.
Alrighty. Success by 6.
What is it?
D6 plus 1.
Level?
Yeah, D6 plus 1 hit points back. So you can roll that, Dallas.
Make it a good one. Oh, damn it.
Or Jones.
Roll.
Jones, you can do it. Just roll the
Oh,
D6.
which one's worse?
Okay, so
hers.
6 points.
Well, that gets me to 0.
And I guess you will be conscious.
Your shirt is melted.
You will be conscious. However, if you take any further damage, you will be making rolls for consciousness again. But you can otherwise act normally. But you're still at minus half health, half move and dodge. So the Queen seems to be approaching the position. As soon as the doctor Naruhita becomes aware of this, he begins to voice objections, saying, "Captain, we cannot kill this Queen. We could be rendering the entire species extinct here."
Captain will, wincing, just send the damn message, Doctor. Anytime.
All right, so
Yeah, we've got another hour for that to finish.
no, time has passed. So
An
hour. Yeah. That's you've held up in defensible positions, engaging the creatures, and fallen back, and over time it has been an hour.
Well, I was unconscious. I couldn't look at my plot watch.
Meanwhile, Commander Lorian and Mr. Ash are kicking all sorts of butt up there. We're going to get, awards of valor or something.
All right, so there was an engineering solution put forward to you. Let's have a dice roll. You have some engineers amongst the mining mob. Instead of tasking them to do a pattern enhancer, you will task them to do the communications solution. And I will do, whether it works or not will depend entirely on Psylocke's role, inventor role. Should I assess a penalty? Nah, we'll just do a roll. Ooh, lucky. The technicians will report, "I think it's ready. I think we can send the message."
Send the damn message.
They enable the device. It makes a manner of whirring, humming, buzzing sounds. There is an electromagnetic sort of pulse that passes through everyone in the vicinity. The phaser banks will sort of flicker, weird power fluctuations. But the signal goes off, and moments later, there is a sort of return signal, which will fry your little communicator device. However, the attack comes to an end. The drones, instead of being violent and aggressive, simply stop and take on a rather peaceful, tranquil demeanor. The Queen will sort of fly and hover around. There is larger drones which you assume are sort of protectors or soldier drones. They sort of hover around the Queen, and she just sort of flies around for a while. The attack is halted.
Yay.
So, since we are at time, long story short,
We kill them all. Oh, never mind.
you will continue your evacuation. You will learn that powering down the Lexington seemed to be the right thing to do, as the ship was left, no longer deemed a threat. You will evacuate the people. The Queen and remaining drones will return to the large Hive structure and will, at rapid speed, just disappear from your senses, probably returning to the Oort cloud.
Well done, everyone. I just want to know, is my Dr. Jones, can you do something with my stump here? Maybe we could biomechanically make it a disintegrator?
Oh yeah, you need a robot hand.
You need to make a health roll to see if that's a permanent cripple. All right, so a successful health roll means soon as the hit points are recovered, it is fine. If you had failed by, I think, 3 or more, if you failed by 3, it would have been a lasting injury. If you failed by more than 3, it would have been a permanent. I think that's the rules, going off memory.
All right.
But fortunate for you, as soon as you recover the hit points, you will regain full use of your hand. And since this is Trek, of course, there is no scarring.
Excellent.
Unfortunately, during the attack, there were additional fatalities. Dallas was nearly one of them, but there are several wounded. Your sick bay on board the Lexington is absolutely full, and you've had to convert the cargo hold into a makeshift infirmary.
Again.
The alien hive does not interfere with your activities any further. What is your plan going forward? Will you remain in system, or will you leave system? Will you remain in system, potentially defend the planet against wannabe invaders, or will you head to your nearest starbase for debrief and returning wounded and stuff?
Is an attack imminent?
Well, you don't know, but Klingons and Romulans and stuff, they might know about this place and
I suspect
could be around.
probably remain in system, but send word to Starfleet and report and have them decide.
Yeah, I was going to say we would definitely want to be relieved in place, and I think ask Starfleet to say, can't we cut a deal with this alien and share this resource?
Well, you seem to
I
have
suppose it
worked
depends
out.
on what level of its intelligence is too.
You seem to have worked out a method to potentially communicate. So that will be for Starfleet to work out going forward. Actually, what was the message that you sent it? We
Fight
come
me.
in peace. We come in peace. Shoot to kill.
I don't know. I'm going to leave that over to Dallas and the good doctor to have figured out what they were going to say.
Oh, well, we were. My plan, at least, was to throw up a white flag and say, "Let's talk about it." But I don't know if that's what the captain wanted to communicate necessarily, or whatever. Obviously, he's going to have the last call on that.
So surrender was your message?
I think it was more like
Truce.
truce. We really mean you. We truly mean you no harm. Let's just call it off.
Okay. Well, truce was the message that you tried to send. Whether it was received as that, you're not sure, but it certainly stopped the attack.
So I guess if that's the only message that it ever gets from this point on, then it would probably return to attacking later and just let us go for now.
Well, at least you know how to potentially communicate. Unfortunately, the reply message was so powerful that it fried your makeshift or improvised communication device.
But potential tricorder might have recorded the effects of it,
Sure.
so we could potentially analyze it later and figure out what the message was.
Sure, and we'll leave that for a future evaluation. In any case, that brings this to an end.
All right.
I was hoping we were going to get a casualty.
Well, I mean, technically it is a casualty.
I was hoping we were going to get a fatality.
It was not a fatality.
As you say that, the captain will give you the side eye.
Precisely.
I'm not going to say that. The player was hoping we were going to get that. The character was too busy being a big damned hero along with Mr. Ash.
And it's raining squid dust.
You.
Well, one of the quirks now is we'll never ever eat anything with tentacles.
The adventure actually gives these guys a name.
Bob. Their name is Bob, isn't it?
No, they have a scientific name.
Oh.
The good doctor.
Squidius Spacius.
My Latin is shit, so there it
Might
is in
not be
chat.
Latin.
So what's that? Turbatus Arius?
Turbitoothus.
Turbituthius Arius. Or Arius, I'm not sure.
which apparently translates to sky squid.
Oh,
Curious.
yeah, that's probably about right.
Everyone will get 2 points.
Yay.
Shiny.
Excellent.
Let's try to spread the damage around a little bit next time.
Yeah, the 2 security guys were completely uninjured, and they were smack dab in the thick of it.
Ash can't die.
Yet.
A bit of a random thing before we sign off at the GM. If you see the crew breakdown, so excepting the captain, everybody's got a number 2. We should probably identify those people.
I don't have a number 2 because I'm the executive
Well,
officer.
you probably do.
Officially,
the
the
3
XO
IC.
is supposed to be in
Yeah.
the 2 IC and is supposed to be in charge of what is it, personnel. So all of the department officers report to me.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't. But Dallas definitely has the assistant science officer and Jones. I'm not entirely sure because this particular breakdown doesn't list a chief medical officer, so I'm assuming she's the chief surgeon, in which case she's got doctors beneath her. And all the ones that they describe as ensigns here, if you look at some of the fluff down below, I think they're probably not actually ensigns, but probably petty officers.
So that's from the Star Trek wiki?
No, this came from somewhere else and was really difficult to find.
All right. Can I get you to... actually, I'll do a cut and paste of that, and we'll drop it into the Discord or the forum.
Franz Joseph USS Enterprise blueprint. I may actually have that. I'd have to look.
So we can flesh that out.
Yeah, anyway.
Figure out where
offline.
Ash is.
Yeah, that was part of the deal. Was I was looking at that, wondering which one is Ash? Is he an ensign or is he enlisted? Is he crewman? And then the other part is, yeah, at least in Dallas's case, he's got a number 2. So
Well,
when
if
he
you
leaves the
actually
post, he
look
can
at
leave
that,
somebody else in charge.
if you actually look at that, they're just showing officers.
Yeah, but like I said, I think the ensigns may not actually be ensigns.
Actually, I'm not sure that's not the case because I don't actually know if you saw any enlisted in TOS. It may have all been officers.
Yeah, I know it's probably weird.
It's all
but
stupid.
yeah. This is a better breakdown than I've seen anywhere else, so it's probably a good place to start.
All right. Well, we can work that out. We can add name dread shirts so when they die,
they become mauve shirts.
We can cry a little bit.
What,
nope,
Jones
I can't
and
cry.
Smith? We need Jones and Smith back.
We have Jones. She's a doctor.
Yeah, that's right. That's not going to work anymore. Johnson? Johnson.
To her surprise, her weird brother shows up.
Jones is a common name.
What's the character we always cast in that role?
No, the Jones and Smith was Jay and Silent Bob. Or no, not Jay and Silent Bob. The other 2 in Clerks. Dante and Randall.
So we'll cast them. But anyway, 2 points. We'll wrap it up here. Damn it, since I reinstalled, I don't have my outro, so I'll wing it. Thank you for watching. If you have any comments, suggestions, corrections, or minor hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. This session and all our other sessions will be available as on YouTube and as an audio-only podcast. Olympus out.
See ya.
You'd think you'd have that
Bye.
memorized a little better by now.
You'd think so, but I think that was fairly close. But anyway, see ya.